Asibingelele masodla mahle sinemukele lapha ke la sikhona khona sikugege lapha sithe khona emsebenzini wekugubhala usuku lwembulalave i-AIDS i-World AIDS Day. Kanti ke lo msebenzi lona wendiwa litiko letempilo ngayo ke inhlangano lesambulelo sokuthi tonke inhlangano lokulwa nalo ke igciwane le-HIV kanye nesifo se-AIDS evele eMaswati i-Nercha. Kanti ke siqubulo salonyaka sithi Eswatini ingathi ke sithi equalize Eswatini ending AIDS for all. Ngekulinganisa sincoba i-AIDS kuwonke wonke. Kanti ke nyalo masodla mahle sitawucala ngekubuka umsebenzi weluhambo loluqale lapha esomfeni elikhona lapha ngesheya khona la kugege ukufika lapha ke enkundleni sase ke sesiyabuya sachubeka na umsebenzi wethu.
Sir.
One more time, let's cut it! HIV zero, I'm support. I don't need to take back. Somebody to what to be somebody to what to be who was left some open. What's it still a HIV free, Baba. Water. What's a good better?
Masadla mahle solo ke sikhona lana ku GEGE enkundleni lapho ke khona umsebenzi wayo ke sekucishe ke kuya ngasekuqaleni njengoba neliphila kakhulu selivele ke likhona lokusho ukuthi sesibhekile ukuthi singase sibone umnyakato noma ngabe kunini lana ke inhlangano dinyenti khona ikhango ngaphansi kahulumende non-governmental organizations bakhona baka United Nations incumbi ke futhi nalabanye nje labaqhamuka khona la esikhundleni sashiselweni njengoba siseshiselweni region nyalo ke losavile ke aqhamuka eceleni kwami ngahlalo nsangweni wayo ke inhlangano yaka Nercha specifically ngonyana siyavusela
babukeli bayo i-channel yamaswati.
Ungachazela kambe ukuthi namuhla babukeli bangabheka izinto lomsebenzi longaka.
Siyabonga kakhulu Mshengo. Kusho ukuthi lomuhla njengoba siku World AIDS Day ekhaya Eswatini siyethemba futhi ukuthi siku World AIDS Day nasemhlabeni wonke jikelele. Lilanga lelikhulu kakhulu siyajabula esingiNercha siyajabula singumende iphiko letempilo sithi inhlangano lesebenzisana nyato letinyenti letibuketa indzaba te-HIV ekhaya edolobheni nakhona eMimangweni. So lisuku lolukhulu leli lapho khona siye sibuke khona ukuthi sendeni silivele Eswatini sitidvumisele lapho sitidvumisela khona siphinde futhi sitishaye sitincinde lapho singakendi kahle khona ukuthi kukhona lesisengakwenda lokunyenti ngakho futhi kuba lusuku lolu lwe-World AIDS Day lokuthi siphinde futhi sisekele nebantu labaphila nayo i-HIV sikhuthathe nalamanye amaswati ukuthi nawo akahambe ahlole isimo sawo sengakwenda akhona kungena ukuthi athole kwelashwa.
Ingabe imitamo nje ke yelive lemaswati lekwehlisa lizinga lekuthelelana kwayo HIV seyihamba ifika ngoba sigcine siphumelela kakhulu
sisende kahle kakhulu etindzabeni tokuvikela ngikosize safika kubo 95 kanti ke lokunye futhi njengoba sivile ukuthi imiphumela ya SHIMS 3 lekhishwe yindvuna yelitiko letempilo itolo nayo ishinto njalo vele yathi lehlile lizinga lebantu labatfola ligciwane le-HIV kabusha lokusho kona ukuthi tinhlelo tefuthi kuvikela tihambe kahle tinhlelo tekusoka unqobe tinhlelo tekusebenzisa ikhondom noma phela ukuthatha leyo PrEP naye PrEP futhi usisitile naye PEP wasisita naletinye tinhlelo letikhona ikakhulu esebenze emaswati ukuthi nangabe ukuthi usengafika isigaba sakho sekulale ungede walala sibe semaswati sisitakele kakhulu ikakhulu etindzabeni leti kanjalo.
Siyabonga kakhulu sihle siyabona ukuthi uyadingeka umsebenzi usaqhubekala mhlambe ukuthi isuku litaba ngilolu.
Siyabonga kakhulu sithathe sibuya nangabe sisithola isikhathi nitawusipha isikhathi ngoba siyathi ukuthi nanini khona lekanye nathi kude kuphele wona lo mcimbi lo.
Sikhona siyabonga kakhulu kwanyana. Masadla mahle loyo ke nguye mahlalo sangweni wayo ke inhlangano yaka Nercha lengamele tonke inhlangano lebukulwa nekwanza kwalo ligciwane le-HIV ezeni lapha ke la sikhona khona kunemathele nje incumbi ngaphandle inhlangano letehlukahlukene losala celeni kwami uchamuka kuyo iRoyal Eswatini Police Service siyavusela madam.
Siyaphila njani sisi?
Siyaphila nathi ngabe ungadethule esivene usichazele ukuthi kuluphi lesihlangano sasemaphoyiseni.
Thulile Mzebele nginesi ngiphoyisa ngisebenzela ePolice Academy eClinic. Sitelana sitobambisa uhulumende kumkhululwa ne-HIV and AIDS. So sikhona nathi si-exhibithile lapha if kukhona labafuna kubona kuvangeta batawubuka siyaenda nabo counseling for HIV and testing.
Ingabe lokhu kuyasho nje ukuthi emaphoyiseni imbuthweni emaphoyiseni mbube ninawo lama services ne-facility yetempilo nekunakekela impilo yawo emaphoyiseni.
Sinako sinema clinics kuwo onke ema-regions ngahoho sikhona e-Old Police Station lapha ngasemfuleni kumathapha e-Police Academy formally bekuyi-Police College enhlangano kahlathi e-Police Station elibonjeni sise-Regional Police iclinic ikhona lapho sekuka-Os engonini akhona ema-clinics si-provide onke ama-services neka-mental health nakhona sinabo bo-psychotherapist for counseling.
Ingabe ke nisita emaphoyisa odvana nenhlobo tawo noma
sita wonke umuntu asikhethi uliphoyisa umndeni wemaphoyisa ummango wonke bantu bonke bakangwane.
Siyabonga kakhulu madam sitanivakashela lapha nasekufike eNandvunankulu.
Siyabonga kakhulu, thank you so much.
Sibonga kakhulu ke nguye Madam loqhamuka emaphoyiseni eMbube uchazile ukuthi banadoda ibhedlela etifundzeni intotini etelive leMaswati lokusho kona ukuthi idona ke tempilo eveni tingileto linakekelwa ngelicophelo lolisetulu sengiphize futhi nginaye lomunye unjani siswami ngiyaphila nami sikhuluma nabani wakabani uqhamuka
futhi Mathonsi usuka ka Doctors Without Borders.
Ingabe i-Doctors Without Borders ithini namuhla njengoba ku-World AIDS Day siyanibona futhi nazo stand lana
sithi nathi equalize kulo mnyaka wa 2022 siphetheke lokusha kulo mnyaka thina sesithi yonke info lesifundiswe nge-COVID ukuthi kumele si-digitalize umuntu usasebenzisa i-HIV self-test ayisebenzise ne-tablet ati-teste yena athole onke ilodi libanzi ngako la kule tablet connect ifundisela yena ngesikhathi sakhe nge-pace yakhe ku-space sakhe so bamfu abete basidivide bato equalizer nathi kunengi lesikwendako si-offerisha bo PrEP nabo PEP so people should visit our stall in order to get more information for that.
Kutholakala phi ke lokhu nje nasingekho la kugege njengoba bamhla basibukela ngoba 7 lo
uma singekho kugege sihambela Shiselweni wonke thina siba ka MSF bangasithela enombolweni yethu yamahala lethi 3188 basebenzisa swazi MTN singabe sesiyakhuluma ukuthi ngabe ngiphi indzawo lethu tane nabo lapho bangakhona ukuthola.
Siyabonga kakhulu sithembe ukuthi ntawuhamba kahle sitawufika ku stall sen nathi
nibofika na kanjani sawukhuluma ngento lenyatiko nani
siyabonga ngibo ke baka MSF Doctors Without Borders laba siphe information lenhle sibili ukuthi umuntu soyakhona kuticilonga atihlole simo sakhe sengadi alapha ke akhona khona lekuyimbo lengasho ukuthi iconvenience kakhulu iletha ke iconvenience sathi ukuthi impilo kulamalanga seyibita ukuthi konke kuhambe kahle kube futane ngisikhona nokwenda masinyane siyathi ukuthi nyalo sesihamba ngayo ke i21st century pace lesho kona ukuthi info loyifuna nyalo kufuna ukuthi uyithole nyalo ukuze ukhone ukuchubekela ke embili masinyane baka MSF bakhona ke lana labanye labakhona mathenda nangiya World Vision ukhona bakhona baka Hospice at Home bakhona baka Shukuma Eswatini nabo lebe bakathi bashukuma naso sive ngiyambona kumnake Flo qhamuka eHospice at Home siyavusela ungatethula ukuthi ungibani wakabande ukuthi
ngisandile ngokamahlangu sibongo ngisuka enhlanganweni yaka Hospice at Home
ingabe bathi baka Hospice at Home namuhla la
sithelapha stojabula nelive kuna ngumsebenzi lomuhle live selwentile mayelana nendzaba ka HIV and AIDS siteke thine ba Hospice at Home tokusho nje ukuthi sisebenzisana kanye sisaqhubeka swana ke Maswati
ingabe umuntu loya lapha ku stall sen nje utawufika athole ini
nawutaphakithi utawuthola lwati kabanti Hospice at Home utawuthola kwathi ukuthi angasidakala kanjani nake fika Hospice at Home ngabe sihlobo sakho sekhaya lesiphathekile ungavela uve ukuthi utawusidakala kanjani nawufika Hospice at Home
mhlambe nje na ungashomba kanyela usummarize kunababa bukela basemakhaya nasemahhovisini labangekho la kugege ukuthi ingabe lofuna nisito vele eHospice at Home wenda kanjani
kulula kakhulu ukuthola sihluka Hospice at Home utholakala lapha kumathapha ngesheya kwelisushwana ungashayela licingo nangabe khona umuntu lophathekile noma ke nguwe lophathekile ngaleso sifo lesingadinga kunakekelwa ekhaya inombolo lethu ke longayishayela kiyo uzofika Hospice at Home ithi 78060221 noma kungafika ngetinyawo okwanye ke ungakhulumisana nesisebenzi sempilo sibhedlela singabe siyakuxhumanisa nebaka Hospice
njengoba sahlala sigula ngitiphi letifo mhlawumbe leningasho ukuthi nisita bamfula bakanjena emakhaya
kungabe mhlambeni uthola unesifo secancer ungabe unayo HIV seyifikela khona isesekucinzetele phasi ungavela kithi sitokunakekela ungabe mhlambeni ushaya stroke ungabe tifo tibita sube unakelwe ngasekhaya ikakhulu udokotela ukhanda sewushito ukuthi ucela ukuthi umanakele ngasekhaya
hayi siyabonga kakhulu futhi sithembe ukuthi batawuvela batanisiza futhi nasenombolweni indleko tibita kanganani
ka Hospice at Home inhlangano lengabhadalisi lusito lwayo kodwa ke akavinjelwa eMaswati ukuthi angawuphi umnikelo kuyibambisa inhlangano ukuthi iqhubeke iphile nayo
kusho ukuthi nje noma ngibani angadonatela i-hospice at home.
Yes, noma ngayini umuntu langaba nayo ngabe imali lengakhona kubambisa inhlangano, kungabe dimbo etingadingwa abantu labagulako angakuveta. Kuningi lesingakwenda, diningi idzingo letikhona. Ngicabanga ukuthi umuntu longaba nesifiso sokudonatela inhlangano angavela noma shayele inombolo bese siyishita enhlanganweni. Then sesakhona ukuthi angayibambisa kanjani.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Sibonga kakhulu ke ngiboba ka hospice at home nabo banaso ke stand lana khona la kugege kuyo i-World AIDS Day. Lesibonako ukuthi impela abantu bayabavakashela lama stands kanti ke sibhekile ukuthi amadvutane loyo ke lo Tomelela Ndvunankhulu utawucala ke athorishe lapha noma ke ahambe kuwo ema stands kukhombisa noma ke kubuka ukuthi ingabe kuhamba kanjani kodwa mangithi ngiyabuka lapha seyimvele edvutane kakhulu bengisabala nje ukuthi bakhona nebaka siyababona baka Young Heroes bakhona nakuya sidakhela kusasa netinhlangano nje letinye phepha ngiyawukhona incumbi vele yawo tinyenti kakhulu tisuka la yogabancangale kwalamathini lendlela titini engakhona setize tigabancela ngemuva kwalabamfu labete kuyohlanganyela nalaba ke labete kuwo umsebenzi wayo ke i-World AIDS Day. Kanti ke sengiphinza futhi nginalesinye sivakashi khona la eceleni le-started fula siyavusela unjani?
Hi sisunjani?
Phila sikhuluma nabani wakabani uqhamuka
ngingijili okaDlamini from Georgetown University.
Oh, Georgetown University itfolakala kuphi ngoba?
I-Georgetown University obviously elikhulu lisembabane ngejathini sisebenza region yaseLubombo nakaManzini.
Ingabe nenda ni nyuvesi nje ukuthi umva konke noma
okay i-Georgetown University NGO lesebenza through i-funding ya CDC PEPFAR lesikwendako sisebenza tindzaba tabo HIV na TB sizama ukubuka ukuthi indlela esingasebenza ngayo siliswane nalokugula lokukhona. Yebo so lesikwendako nje njoba ngishito sisebenza eLubombo nakaManzini region sikhuluma kona nje ngiyalo namhla sikhona sikanexile si-emphasize yona lendzaba lesihlangene ngayo namuhla ye-World AIDS Day ukuthi sithi asizameni siyivimbele i-HIV. So lapha nje mawufika etafuleni lethu siyakhuluma lapha ngokuthi indlela esingakhona kupreventa ngayo i-HIV akhona ama-condoms akhona siwabekile available but nje lokho kukhulu kakhulu sikhuluma ukuthi we can prevent bo PrEP siyabachazela abantu but if sithi sesiyahamba uyahlola kumbe sothola simo sakho sine HIV siyakhona siya-encourage ukuthi uthathe leyo treatment ukuthi sikhona kulinqoba legciwane.
Ingabe nanibuka nje lisasasa lawo eMaswati kuthola lwakhe ngato lezindzaba leti lingakanani ekakhulu njengoba ngisolo nifikile nje la?
No namuhla lisetulu kakhulu uma ubuka nje namuhla loba besolo sithi besolo siwena lama campaigns kwela kuqala November but namhla ngiyabona no stand yaphithitela abantu bayafuna kwati kakhulu and lokho siya-encourage ukuthi vele abachubeke bafune balingenise lwati nge-HIV ngoba ekugcineni kwako yimpilo yabo. eSwatini seyihambile itigaba letiningi kuzama kulwisana naleli gciwane and asifuni bese sesithi sisebenze kangaka bese siphinde sibuyele emuva so sisachubeka siyakhuthaza siya-encourage ukuthi asizameni silwisane nalo.
Siyabonga kakhulu Nkosi sithembe ukuthi lusuku lutaba luhle khona.
Siyabonga.
Ngiboke base Georgetown University labachazela ukuthi basebenzisana nayo ke iphepha kukhulumisana ngezindzaba tekulwa nekwenza kwato ke letifo i-HIV kanye ne-TB. Celeni kwami senginayo lobuya kwakha invoice ayimaright. Ngicela utisho ligama lakho
na. Sanibonani, igama lami Bandile Ngwalikhele, ngibuya kwakha invoice communications officer wakhona.
Likhele nithini namhla njengoba nilana nje?
Singakha invoice sisishona live lonke singajonje eSwatini kuphela sishona live lonke ukuthi sigubhe lusuku le-World AIDS Day. Lesuku leli sibuya kuphi nasibuka ngezindzaba ka-HIV and AIDS. Sibuka siyajabulela ukuthi Swaziland nje nasibuka kunakho lapha ku-Cascade so uyafika ku-95 lokho sijakena kufika kuye. So siyagubha siyahote laro milestone lesifike kiyo right in terms of HIV and AIDS treatment. And we're also saying we realize there's still more to do. Good esikhathi sesingathi okay now we are relaxed, you know. And I think more than anything, when COVID came, we directed every effort toward COVID and then we forgot more about HIV and AIDS. So we are saying we'll try everything in our might as Gwakha Mbosa to join the world and say, you know what, we are fighting towards getting 95 cascade. We're also saying, you know what, everyone should kind of play their role in terms of fighting HIV and AIDS. We are saying men, they should also take up their responsibility of seeking healthcare more than anything, because we have been doing dialogues with INKHUNDLA Tempilo, finding out that actually what prevents men from accessing healthcare, and we are working with our health partners to actually implement those results we got from this dialogue. But more than anything, we are just saying everyone needs to take up the rights of healthcare, and then they seek health services. Thank you very much.
Masadla mahle nyalo sengita nabo baka World Vision ngiyakuvusela Nkosi njani
Ngiyaphila unjani sisi
siyaphila nasingabe ngibani igama lakho nesibongo
ngusithembile ngwakaDlamini sibongo Ngiqhamuka enhlanganweni yaka World Vision.
Ingabe namuhla nithini nje umlayeto lo entanawo lapha ke
Siyabonga Nkosi umlayeto lesitanawo nathi sijoine wonke umhlaba sithi equalize sikhona singworld vision ngama projects lamathathu leswendako ikakhulu kade abukede emantombazana lamancane kusukela ku10 kuya ku14 ikhona le yaka halting the spread of HIV and reversing its impact lebukede kusemantombazana afunze kabanti ngeHIV akhona ukuthi abe equipped noma ke athi khona kutimela ukuthi akhona kuvikela nekuncoba iHIV AIDS kanye neleminye imithelela lengaba khona mayelana negciwane bese ke lolunye ihlangothi siphinze njalo bamfana labancane siyabafundisa sibabisele etikolweni bangafika esikolweni sibabhadalela school fees siphinze njalo siba supply ngema pads kuze ukuthi siende i-period poverty siphinze bese siba nehlangothi ke la kwa economic strengthening lapho khona sibahlomisa ukuthi bakhone kuphila nekutimela basave imali baticalele emabhizinisi bese ke phinze likhona ke lelinye luhlangothi la ka likusasangelethi nalo libukete emantombazana nalo ligcile kakhulu ngeHIV prevention liphinze ligcile kakhulu nato ngeeconomic strengthening na community leadership engagement kanye ke na livelihoods lisenhlangano ke lona kanye ihalting the spread of HIV isetinkhundleni leting 14 bese siphinze siyabuya sine campaign yethu ke lethi it takes Eswatini to end GBV whereby we are sikhulumisa tindzaba ukuthi phela kuze kuthi sincobe tonke letingcinamba leti sithelelako ngeHIV kufuna ukuthi naleti ndzaba GBV sitikhulumise sithi kuthatha umuntu ngemuntu kule campaign kokuthi nguye lo longayincoba kuthatha wena nje uliswati lala kangwane ukuthi ungayincoba le GBV ngokwenda sinqumo nje sekuthi awunawushaya umumvu awunawugagadlela umumvu ngoba nayo le GBV la Eswatini seyicishe seyisehlakala kakhulu tinombolo tiyakhula kakhulu te-GBV so namhla ke sikhona nathi kutoba khona kulo mbuthano we-World AIDS Day lapho khona sixoxisana nawo onke emaswati nge-HIV and AIDS. Thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu Shem sibonge nelwati lonazi kangaka sebekuthi
siyabonga ngisale kahle
Masadla mahle kulesikhathanyalo ngidaka ngithi gozololo kancane kuxoxisana nabo labakhona lana njengoba selikhona liphini landvunankulu lapha nayo ke indvuna yembuso idiko letempilo bakhona futhi ngiyabona labaqhamuka eAmerica ukhona sibalikhulu walo live lase United States of America uhambisana ke nalabanye nje ke mane ke sebafulathele bonkosi angisababoni kahle kodwa nje uyabona ukuthi department setifikile ukhona nemcondzisi wayo ke iNercha umnumzane ekhanya mabuza lohambisana nabo ke laba bekunene khona lapha laba singathe lona ke liphini landvunankulu lesikhathanya lo sidake sithi nje kubona ukuthi ngabe kuhamba kanjani khona lapha
treating minor ailments here. Then siphinde provide routine immunization bese siphinde provide ne-COVID immunization. Khona laba sensitizer all laba labakhona kujovela i-COVID. We are providing the service. Phindze ngale siyesenda screening sema NCDs. Then laba lesta batfola ngala sta refer to our nearest clinic that is over there. Lapho ba staqhubeka nabo tsine khona for continuity of care. Otherwise we are giving the services of treating minor ailments. Then it's an outreach service for us today. Then let's provide a routine immunization, then COVID immunization.
2 quick ones.
Yeah, but
it's a mobile clinic here.
Yes.
What do you mean exactly?
Sesingmahamba wendlwane kahle kahle namhla futhi ngabe besikadinga, but because there's this gathering today sibone ukuthi asibuye siyibeke khona la. Yes sir. NCDs or tifo letingathathelwa. Yes, tifo letingathathelwana letifana ngekhathi boshukela bo high. Yes. Yes, siyas.
Young Heroes thine sisenhlangano ukhona lo sembabani sisenhlangano silithemba thine sihamba mobile clinics lapho silapha khona abantwana nebantu labadzala nebatali siyabalapha siphatha imithi sibatest ne-HIV. Yes, siphinde sibafundzise abantwana e-crash ma-NCPs. Yes.
Soqethile uyahleke wena ngifuna ukubuza ukuthi nathi mobile yini ngede ngababona ngala ngakithi.
Ngiyaxolisa kakhulu seshiselweni babi.
Wakulawuba eshiselweni.
Siyaya khona babe mane asikake sesihlangane nawe emhlanje.
Ukuthi nanifike khona ningitshele ngidonikhona.
Amen.
Batshele ngidokwa. Khona sokubona kutsataba.
Nakusasa la. Angubala ngiyakuthemba ke wena.
Kunjalo mshebe. Mhlonishwa tiphile. Siyaphila mhlonishwa ndifuna njani? Cha lana nje mhlonishwa information center ka Nercha sinale information nje HIV Eswatini. Sizama ukuthi amaswati abe nalo lwati mhlonishwa ukuthi sikwadi ukuthatha inqumo sinayena SODV ngalana njengoba siyabona indzaba yakhe abo abuse inkinga iphindze sifake esandla kwanzisa iHIV. So basically nje nalesi kuthathako indzaba yakhe abo prevention mhlonishwa. Yes.
Just take another one.
Minister, thank you so much. This is PECT Eswatini. So sisebenza ku program yaka OVC as well as prevention for adolescent girls and young women. Sisebenza inkundla leting 20 sema programs nje la focused on improving life nempilo yema OVCs in Swaziland and preventing the spread of HIV amongst adolescent girls and young women as informed by the SHIM studies. They are the most vulnerable ones when it comes to HIV. So my programs they are meant to bring them up in terms of economy and resilience towards HIV, and we are supported by USAID through PEPFAR. They are the ones who are supporting us to implement this program as well.
The US government.
The US government, yes. US government. The people of the United States.
It's the president's fund.
Yes.
Okay. I have to ask this question. Two actually. I work in the office of the Deputy Prime Minister.
Yes.
But today I'm not there. So this is why I'm asking. How closely do you work with the Office of the Deputy Prime Minister?
Very close, DPM. Recently, she collaborated in the 116 line, child line. So we also have worked with them with the seat, especially about birth registration when it comes to Banpan. They've been very helpful to us when it comes to such programs. They are our biggest collaborators.
We are working in 6 in the SHISELWENI region, and we are trying to name to Masaisini, Metula, and Gutsend. So the goal of the project is to prevent new HIV infections in the country. So we are working in the 16 Kundla to ensure that we achieve epidemic control. So part of the work that we do, we provide HIV prevention sessions at community level. So we use these job aids which we take these adolescent girls and young women through to ensure that they prevent themselves from being infected with HIV. We also do demand creation for service uptake, that is for PrEP, condom use and so on.
Yeah. Tomorrow there is disability.
Address on World AIDS Day in Eswatini is normally just a message that he's sending across, and actually, encouraging the HIV response to work and put more effort now more than ever. We've been saying in the kingdom that we are ending AIDS by 2022, but tell you what, we are in 2022, and what have we to show for it? Do we actually have practical and tangible results that we can show the world on what we have done and achieved as a country? And of course, we have done so much. The world celebrated us in 2020 because of the 95 global milestones that we achieved as a country. So we have done also a lot on HIV prevention. The Minister of Health yesterday released the summary sheet for SHIMS 3 results. So this was sort of giving us a picture of where the country is, giving us a picture of what the effects rather of COVID-19 and how the response is faring. So we did see that on incidents we have done so well. That means we have few
Cala ngekubuka umsebenzi weluhambo loluqale lapha esonfeni lelikhona lapha ngesheya khona la kugege utofika lapha ke enkundleni saseke sesiyabuya saqhubeka na umsebenzi wethu.
Manini gogo gogo ngisetaka.
What we do with the sensitive population groups was still lagging behind on service delivery. And what are we doing also, for pediatrics, are children actually reaching 95? Are the youth actually reaching 95? Are men reaching 95? Are adolescent girls and young women reaching 95? So those are some of the questions that we ask ourselves during this kind of commemoration to say, let us equalize and make sure that we reach equilibrium, we reach a state of equality in terms of access to HIV services. But we are not only talking about just access. What we also speak about is, we speak about laws and policies, that favor certain population groups, certain laws and policies that marginalize and discriminate against people living with HIV and other subpopulation groups. What is it that we can do as a country? What is it that we can do as a world, as a global community? Access. What we also speak about is, we speak about laws and policies, that favor certain population groups, certain laws and policies that marginalize and discriminate against people living with HIV and other subpopulation groups. What is it that we can do as a country? What is it that we can do as a world, as a global community, for us to achieve, those remarkable results in terms of equity in HIV service delivery? So those are some of the issues under the theme Equalize. We're also going to hear from civil society groups led by COMMEORATION, which is the coordinating assembly of non-governmental organizations in the Kingdom of Eswatini. They're going to give us a perspective of what role civil society can play in the AIDS in the kingdom. And then we're also going to, of course, hear the keynote address from His Excellency, the Honourable Prime Minister, who's going to share his message for 2022 with the masses and what is next that we can do better, certainly as a country, as we endeavor to end AIDS by the year 2030 together with the global community. So I would just want to invite you, having said so much, I want to invite you to continue to stay with us because there's a lot of activity. Right now there's going to be INKHUNDLA with he's a local Boscandi artist from the SHISELWENI region, and I know he's going to entertain you. We're going to stay entertained until probably the Deputy Prime Minister is done with viewing stalls, and then they're going to come to the arena where we are going to talk and, hear from the different partners present here about the different messages and statements that they're going to give us. So from me, I'll probably come back, or I might not. I am not quite sure, but when formal proceedings begin, I'll probably introduce that section if we get time. But if we don't, I'll see you on the flip side. But the is going to be next. Thank you.
Nishabuna moto bapilie eketete Baba tiche nichabila moto nichabula moto hayi umfana wephechisa lo wakhona maskandi wakhona la ishiselweni phansi esituthe yithi abantu nabelungu bayazi ukuthi yithi abantu namhlanje ngizolipha umculo omnandi kakhulu ngumfana wephechisa phakama DJ bathi abantu sesifuna kumbona lo mfana yala basa simbona emaphepheni simbona ko TV na ko Channel S namla simbona bukhoma live phakama DJ awusona sikhala bukhoma sidini ngasizwe awusuka madoda phakama DJ ngakhombisa naba baphathi bambeduka ukuthi no masanga seshito na kafeki awusuka madoda
message to the rest of Would you prefer English, Siswati? You can pick yours. You can that's even better. You can even pick both. So this one is saying Bashona Pebuntu, or this one is very perfect. Okay, can you please take pictures of this one? You can hold it like this within your chest, and then yeah.
Sure. No, I'll do this.
Okay, this side they are interested on the English part of it. This one is still Siswati. What one is this one? It's different.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, can you please also take a picture on this one? Remember, we are stopping the child violence or the sexual violence against children. No, I think this is perfect. Thank you so much for your visit on our stand. Okay, sorry, sorry, Magalis. Okay, sorry. Okay. So at least we are sending different messages at the very same time. Okay, thank you so much.
His name is Natik Nhlangano AIDS Training, Information and Counseling Center. So our organization yaqala in the year 2012, but kakulu we were focused on ending HIV. That was our main goal. Then in 2016 we started a new project. We turned a new leaf, noticing how GBV cases were increasing at an alarming rate. So now our main focus is how we can prevent gender-based violence as well as teenage pregnancy in schools. So with gender-based violence prevention, singena kakhulu emimangweni, sifundise kakhulu ngana ngumthetho we-SODV, sifundise abantu basemimangweni kakhulu singena emiphakathini. La SHISELWENI we work under 4 weTinkundla, and singagcini ke kuma communities kuphela. We also going to emasonto emabandleni, where we also talk to baholi bemabandla on how we can end gender-based violence. Then in terms of a teenage pregnancy, we work kakhulu netikolwa. We empower young people on life skills that they can use to ensure that they do not fall pregnant while they're still in school. And that's more of the prevention aspect of our work. In any case, we do have a care and support department that offers counseling. They offer family therapy. It could be individual counseling, couples counseling, or the family conferencing, where we bring together families that are in dispute. In a case where a child has dropped out of school, we also collaborate with other partners on how we can integrate that child back into school, putting a malungelo ahead to say they have a right to education despite the situation that they have gone through. So far, our project that we were doing, the GBV project, is coming to an end. Gulama area, catchment areas that we were working in. So as we were exiting the areas with the communities, basically empowerisha pastors, bafundisi kakhulu, bomagam kokeli on how they can help people that come and report gender-based violence as Sonven. And then oh, thank you. Okay, no, thank you.
I'm Sandile Mahlam from Eswatini Hospice at Home. Eswatini Hospice at Home tholakala kuMatsapa lapha ngeShell Sushwana. Sisebenza kakhulu ngekwenta i-home-based palliative care. Sinaka kakhulu tihlobo tethu lethu lokhanza ukuthi tine kugula lesokubita ukuthi tinake ezifika ngasekhaya. Sisebenza kakhulu ngekusupportwa ke nguhulumende netihlobo letikhona Eswatini Hospice at Home. Siyakhona ke kufinyelela almost the whole country. Sinake letihlobo tethu lesitinakako through symptom control and counseling and support. Kuye ngokuthi loyo muntu laloyo udzinga ini. Sihamba nabo ke sifike la khona azendlule emhlabeni, then we go beyond to take care of the siblings, the children, the relatives through the bereavement period. So umsebenzi wethu nje ngekufinyeta ngathi ufika lapho enhlana.
Thank you so much.
It's a victory to the HIV program that we have fewer deaths due to HIV and other diseases, because HIV is one of the diseases that is killing people, but there's other diseases. So the fact that we still have people, being born, it means that we are actually doing well.
No, you need to come to the office. I need to understand
talk about this differently, yes. But the statistics are different for each country.
Yeah.
Growth rate is still issues.
I hear, Minister. I just want us to be able to take it to the village level.
Yes.
Because you get to the village, people are saying to you, we are trying here well. Because there's so much, I use the Yeah, people are saying, hey, the population is growing, but we see deaths in the village. Someone is lying. So this is why I want us to take it to the village level, not at our level. I know what is happening, but we need to take it to the level.
The birth rate is not that high. It's not that good. As
yeah, well, I'm looking at global.
Yes. Like social welfare under the PM's office. Yes, sineke sibeke lokhu kwekusho imithetho yethu lesisebenza ngayo nasivikela abantwana nesisebenze nebantwana. Ngiko lesikubeke sathi ukuthi ngoba siyathi iGBV iyahambelana neHIV kanze ukuthi kuloku kweGBV sekune AIDS khona la ikhathi sesiyabukela ke bantwana ukuthi singaba protecta kanjani ukuze bakhone ukuchubeka nempilo.
Thina kakhulisa umntwana leyasungulwa ngogogo wesive nga1998 ayisusela leyasungulwa ngogogo wesive nga1998 abuka tintfo lebetenteka nge-HIV and AIDS also ne-teenage pregnancy beyisetulu kakhulu kulawo malanga nanyalo solisetulu but wabuka ukuthi kwendekalani even yini singabuyele emuva sibuke kubuyele emuva egumeni sizame kubuyisa liguma la sikhona khona kutokhona ukuthi sive sethu sichubeke ngoba bantwana ngumliba loya embili wasusungula lenhlangano ke la wayibida ukuthi ngikhulisa umntwana alisusela eversini ezaka zaka 22 verse 6 lesikhulisa umntwana ngendlela langeke asuke kiyo ngisho sekamtsala
idepartment yakandvuna nkulu kwele namhlonishwa maphoyiseni
emhlonishwa
siyakwemukela
angivusele
kati pia mingule lithi
angivusele emhlonishwa netivakashi takho nalabo labakuphekeletele lapha sisestandini sasemaphoyiseni the Royal Eswatini Police Service kodwa ke idepartment lena yetempilo emaphoyiseni lapha ke emhlonishwa ndvunankulu nanamhla nathi asithe sito hlanganyela elangeni lelikhulu lekugubha lusuku lwe-HIV emhlabeni nathi sisho njalo nje njenge-theme leshoko yakamhlaba World Health Organization ukuthi ngekulinganisa sitayinqoba i-HIV nathi singumbutho wembube nesive silwa nebucala siphindze futhi silwe futhi nange-HIV sinetinhlelo ke letinengi lesitentako silitiko laka health emaphoyiseni lekulwa ne-HIV lokufaka ekhatsi kutesta nje ema-officers ayatesta i-HIV atati isimo sawo ukuthi eme kuphi nge-HIV angiphindze ngigcizelele ke emhlonishwa kwekuthi ema-services ethu akekho limited to kuma-officers kuphela are extended also to the members of the public.
How are you? Silikubila ka EPC letelukhetfo silikumbila ka EPC letelukhetfo la tafuleni lethu sibekile emaphepha lakhuluma ngetelukhetfo nalokunye ke lesikwethekele lokhu kwe-wellness ngeke ukuthi nathi sinalo gumbule la ka-wellness lokumcoka kakhulu la sibekena nama-promotional babe kuthatha sive nje ukuthi njengoba sesilungisela kwelikhethweni nabafika kuyenteka labanye sibabuta imbuto bese siyabawinisa lokho lesibawinisa kona nangabe lo mbuto welikhetho siwubutile seve ngazi ukuthi sekukhona lo sekukhohlakele sibese siphinde sicala phasi siyafundzisa lo ekunene siyamfundisa sesiyamnika umgomelo wakhe kakhulu kathi nje sikuloko sikhuthatha kakhulu ukuthi ukhetho selusemnyango emaswata wakwati lokho atilungiselele kwelikhethweni
sangangena emakhaya ngempela ukuthi imibuzo lethide
sisengakangena ngisho emakhaya sisalungisela kuyakhona
ngoba siyeva kuthiwa khona sebakhuluma ngalethi inkulumo lethu
sisengakangena ngisho sisalungisela kuyakhona nje thina
one is called SISEC, which stands for Sustaining Epidemic Control. So we're supporting the Kingdom of Eswatini to sustain epidemic control for AIDS. The other one is called Blossom, which is building local organization capacity for sustained epidemic control. As you can see here, we are currently providing education and distributing material on HIV prevention as well as on viral load and treatment. The support that we're providing is through the US government and PEPFAR. We are grateful for this gesture in Eswatini.
This is what, ladies.
Ama-passes kuya etulu shothi sithethe nje nyalo labatawungena ngaMarch kuze umnyaka ikhalenda yahulumende inormalize bese ke sesiqalela phasi baye bangene nga-April.
Sekhona lo make.
Ukhona sinayo na.
Okay. Sanibonani. Single plus for men. Single plus for men. So we provide clinical services for key population. So we provide HIV related clinical services. So we provide little seat outreaches. So we target the hotspots with the clinical services.
Did you say hotspots?
Yes, hotspots.
Meaning?
Where key population are mostly found. Yes. So.
Like Manzini and Bambane.
Okay, I will not comment because I'm coming from the rural areas. And
They are there.
Yeah.
I guess maybe 30 seconds to unpack the focus key population.
Okay, yes, thank you so much. So sisebenza kakhulu nema female sex workers, people who inject drugs, men who have sex with other men, transgender, diverse population, sex workers. Yes, so basically sikhanza ukuthi abamancane kakhulu towards access to clinical services. So we make sure that we mobilize them maybe through our various networks, because we know that our networks are not freely to access clinical services. So incidents of stigma and discrimination clinical services.
Who is responsible for that?
So laba manengi nasinema engagements kuba ukuthi mhlambe kuba stigma mhlambe from the clinical service providers, but because bebasengakhona babe sensitized lokuyina kwendawo help us women usebenza nelitiwe ukuthi khona sensitize ukuthi kunebani laba kanje labaphilayo.
Without discrimination, service provide
Actually, that's what I'm interested in, because, for instance, government works for every person in this country. That one. So when you go into a hospital and then someone says, because you are over 70, we're not interested. You know, we focus on delivering service to human beings in this country. So I would be interested to know what's it.
Okay, so most of the time, I would say, for the men who have sex with other men, nakayile sibedlela mhlambe awufuna sito for STIs. Uthola ukuthi most of the times katse ukuthi naku email itawupresenta ngema STIs lala ngembili. So kuba likhulu udivela ngasi comfortable kusho ukuthi ala ngemuva. So bese kuba nale stigma leso lokuthi kutawube sekubonakala ngasengehlukile nasengikhombisa nesingala.
Okay, no. If I had time, I was going to engage you more here, because I think we need to understand what's the services for everyone. I don't care whether you agree with someone else or you don't. I have no business with that. No mangabuk social media you are the human being that I will have to look after. It's a mandate. So
Sineke silitiko letemfundo vele nje singileli tiko lelingathi li affected kakhulu na uqabanga indaba dabo HIV ngoma na ubuka le statistics sithi labantwana laba la sikolweni ngibo laba more affected nalaba out of school siyabasebenzile shothi primary school sinalo ukuthi letindzaba dabo HIV ti integrated into the syllabus letifundvo labatifunza konje tiyafundzisa ngayona le HIV nekukhula nje kwebantfwana bese ke nase bafike e-secondary high school siba ne program ema life skills na tinqoda khona ma life skills education hlonishwa lapho bafundisa khona letinqwadi tethu leti ti age appropriate kuyanangala ama levels ukuthi labana iminyaka lengaka bafundza lokhu labaneminyaka lengaka bafundza lokhu
bese ke siyabafundisa futhi nangale tindzaba nje leti general tekhula ukuthi eze usakhula utiphatha kanjani umfana uyintombatana shothi nje lama lessons ethu siwathatha ngokuthi baba segumeni emantombatana bafana baba sesangweni lapho bafunda khona nje ngako konke ukukhula kwabo. Siyabonga.
Alfred Dabathi. Alfred Dabathi. Ngisuka eNational Library enhlangano. Thina sikhuthaza ukuthi imfundo ayichubeke ingagcini esikolweni. Ayibe ngile ngenamkhawulo bantu abafunze basesikolweni abafunze even outside school kuze ukuthi babe relevant throughout their career throughout ukuphila kwabo because i-development yethu njengelive ayimi ngoba kufunza kwethu lo sikwenta up to today we learn for achievement kanzi we need to learn endlessly until the grave. So libraries provide the information, sibajoinise, si provide the ICT internet cafes, so the information is always available. These days, good tingwati seti getting upset.
As you said, siyaphila senior excellence. Ligama lami ngisamukelo ngadladla nga ICAP. Ngihamba na Dr. Ruben non-country director mnenga communications. Ngicela ukuthi sichazele kafishane ICAP wenda into.
Ngabe bafuna please.
Yeah, welcome, Your Excellency.
Thank you.
Yeah, as some kind of mentioned, we are ICAP at Columbia University. We are one of the implementing partners supported by PEFA through the centers of So we work with the Ministry of Health, especially for capacity building in research, providing evidence for programming and the policy vision. We also support the lab system strengthening. Again, we work with the Ministry of Health, and we are conducting multiple clinical research, and again, to provide evidence that can, inform, new guidelines for, care and treatment. And recently also we started working with the Ministry of Agriculture, especially the veterinary services, to support the country to develop a system for antimicrobial resistance surveillance. So we are grateful that you are visiting, our stand, and I don't know if my colleagues can just 1 second to say what we do.
Sibuke i-HIV kakhulukati ne-COVID nato tonke tifo siyabambisana ke nemabandla anhlane siyasebenzisana nawo kukhona ukuthi singene sifundzise netinhlangano kanye ke nato tonke nje ke tinini tenkosi letikhona ku region letikhuluma ngato tetemphilo. Siyabonga nhlane.
The world has promised to end AIDS by 2030. We are off track. To end AIDS, we must end the inequalities that are blocking progress. Today, we risk millions more new infections and millions more deaths. So, in this World AIDS Day, we are calling out in one voice, equalize. The equalize slogan is a call to action, a call to adopt the proven practical actions that will help end AIDS. More availability, quality and suitability of services for HIV treatment, testing and prevention. That means more financial resources. Better laws, policies and practices to tackle the stigma and exclusion faced by people living with HIV, especially marginalized populations. Everyone needs respect and to be welcomed. And better sharing of technology to enable equal access to the best HIV science, especially between the Global South and North. The inequalities that perpetuate the AIDS pandemic can and must be overcome. We can end AIDS if we equalize.
Xolisa maswahla mahle ngikutsikabeteka njengoba bengichaza ukuthi ngiyethemba ukuthi niyakufokotela konke ke lesinilethela kona bukhoma lokuchamuka khona la enkundleni yakugege lesikhathanyalo ke loyo ke lo kumelele ndvunankulu lekuliphini lakhe yena ke Themahlanganiso Masuku so uvele ke uhambele kubuka ke onke ematafula la khona lana atokete inhlangano tehlukahlukene sikhulumisene nabo labanye bafaka ekhathi amaphoyisa embube kufaka ekhathi Doctors Without Borders bona bo World Vision info tsana labanye ke labanyendi lengibona bakhona lana kulesikhathanyalo nginasithatha intsambo ndibuyisele khona lapha ngekhathi lapho ke umsebenzi uvele ke ucala ngalokho semthethweni khona niwufokotele masatla mahle
namhlanje isithithanyana
If
Temba maso uyivumbile ngoma yami. IPM uyivumbile ngoma yami. IPM uyivumbile Temba maso uyivumbile ngoma yami. Temba maso uyivumbile Temba maso uyivumbile ngoma yami. Temba maso uyivumbile Temba maso uyivumbile ngoma yami. Temba maso uyivumbile uyivumbile ngoma yami. Wathi ngiyafuna mfana webhejeza uyivumbile ngoma yami. IPM uyivumbile ngoma yami. Abadlali ngoma nami, abadlali ngoma nami. IPM uyivumbile ngoma. Temba maso uyivumbile ngoma. Temba maso IPM uyivumbile ngoma. Temba maso uyivumbile ngoma. Temba maso uyivumbile ngoma. Temba maso uyivumbile ngoma. Temba maso uyivumbile ibeshisa. Kana kuhlawula nawo phamba negative 1%. Wakhulukudela khona kuba sebeshisa shiselo lesigodi. Lokho lafika gcoba ingoma ama-M10 somavazi ngo-2018 kuvuka deputy prime minister babethe mabasuku. Walivana usimelele eshiselweni. Nongavuma uzawuvuma. Awusuka madoda mala ngitshela ukuthi mina nguba. Phela mina kulomfana omaqhaza kuzwakala ngehlela ukuthi sofikile umfana webheshisa. Ulokho fika gcoba ingoma kwavuma ibheshisa kwavuma inzingizini kwavuma nemziki kwavuma ne-hour late baniqhubeka mfana wasebheshisa. Lokho fika khanda sikude kwanyakaza yonke ishisela amaqhamu kanti vele besekuzwakala ngesiko ukuthi seyifikile ibheshisa. Awu lalishonela basho kulingasho kanti izawufika ibheshisa. Ayibhala le ncwadi ngayifunda baqeda ngoba mina ngiphela incwadi nginasifisa. Kophinde futhi kwasukushiza emadodeni. Ngithule ngishift bhejiza phasi eshisela lesizoni mfana ngicela uqhubeke ubagwedla nengoma abathula seswatini. Ujabula intombi zasebhejiza kwajabula insizwa zalebhejiza kwajabula zonke insizwa zamangqanga zathi salute mfana webhejiza. Ukhule kwakhala yonke inzingizini bathi mfana webhejiza kanti sasinazi uzophendula lento legcineni. Uvumile chef Mashaba ebheshisa baba omncane wami. Bavuma umgomvuzo khohluzi. Phinde futhi avunya usho uziboshe kwinsizwa ezimkashi kuve ebheshisa. Avuma usanele vele ngaziphatha ebheshisa.
Ngisajabulile kodwa. Ningakhohlwa ukuthi sonke siyayinqoba i-AIDS. We equalize the ending of AIDS. Sonke siyayinqoba i-AIDS. Siyemtholampilo siya-checker, siyasoka, siya-preventa. Ngiyabonga kakhulu thuba selector.
Sitawucela umbishophi Vilakade asonzele ngaphambili atosithandazela.
uNkulunkulu lophilako, uNkulunkulu lekakhona umhlaba ungakabi khona, uNkulunkulu lowadala izulu nemhlaba. Babe molongcwele sitsonzeta kuwe namhlanje kunalisuku Nkosi elikhutshwako lecishe Nkosi likhutshwa umhlaba wonke. Siyathandaza Nkosi ukuthi uma kutaqalwa Nkosi kwendwe emsebenzi kuthathwa ihlelo nelisikela uNkulunkulu nesive njengoba silapha uma kutaqalwa kube kuthi inkulumo noma ngabe khona Nkosi longenalo lwadi ngalelanga lethu namhlanje. So yabe seNkosi uvuka ingqondo leyo muntu loyo umnikelwadi. Sicela Nkosi ukuthi ubusise lo msebenzi ngoba uNkulunkulu lothembekile kuyo yonke imisebenzi noma nguphi noma kweniwani uma letsiteni ungekhona awusilutho ngeja Nkosi amakhosi.
Angiphinze nginibingelele nonke namhla eshiselweni enkundleni yakugege. Ngitethule libito lami ngincamisile Mtshali, Acting Principal Secretary etiko letempilo. Ngicela kuthula iprotocol singaqhubeki neprogram. Sibingelela abantu abenkosi, boshifu, Your Excellency, the Right Honourable Prime Minister, represented here by the Deputy Prime Minister, Senator Themba Masuku, Honourable Minister of Health, Senator Liz Nkosi, the Regional Administrator of SHISELWENI, Mr. Peter Mamba, Member of Parliament, Bukeke, Mr. Gunene, the Ambassador of USA, the Ambassador of Taiwan, the United Nations Resident Coordinator, and all UN agencies, bilateral partners, Nercha Chairperson Council, senior government officials, the civil society, and people living with HIV, all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, siyanibingelela, siyanemogwela. Sikhulumise thuba lesitawulandzela, sitawutshela iShiselweni Regional Administrator Babe Peter Mamba ate usemukela eshiselweni kulesicubulo se-World AIDS Day 2022 Equalize Eswatini Ending AIDS for All ngekulinganisa sinqoba i-AIDS kuwonke wonke.
Mphathe hlelo bantu abenkosi bobabe boshefu isekela landunankulu tinduna tembuso emalunga eParliamente lakhona namuhla Nercha Council, National Executive Director and staff, UNAIDS Country Director and other senior representatives, development partners, senior government officials, civil society sector representatives, people living with HIV, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Siyanemukela nonke bekunene eshiselweni kulolu suku lolukhulu kangaka. Siyabonga ukuthi nite singatha semukela wena sekela landunankulu bekunene bese ngishito ukuthi siyanemukela nonke eshiselweni nekubonga kusisingatha kulomsebenzi lomkhulu kangaka. Isekela landunankulu sibonga kakhulu Nercha longena agijima embili ahlahlandlela kulendzaba ngenxa yesikhathi isekela landunankulu. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga kakhulu Nkosi kusemukela eshiselweni region. Sidiva singilabamukelekile. Sikhulumi sethu lesilandzelako Shiselweni Public Health Administrator make fikile Bulunga sitawucela usonzele ngembini.
Program Director, Your Excellency, the Right Honourable Prime Minister, Honourable Minister for Health, Senator Lizinkosi, Regional Administrator, Mampa Benkosi, Boba Betikulu, Honourable Members of Parliament present here, Nercha Council, Director and Staff, UNAIDS Country Director, Development Partners and the entire UN family, Senior Government Officials, INKHUNDLA and INKHUNDLA Council, Community Leaders, Civil Society Sector Representatives, people living with HIV/AIDS, members of key population groups, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, siyanivusela nonke kugege. Kuyinfokoto lenkulu kimi ukuthi ngibe ingcenye yalomcimbi lomkhulu kangaka lapho sihlanganyela nemhlaba wonke jikelele ekugubheni lolu suku lwe-World AIDS Day. Lolu suku lwamhla ka-1 December sonke siyahlangana sikhombise kwesekela kwethu labo labathintekile ngalesifo sembulalave, siphindze sikhumbule nalabo labasishiyile ngenxa yalo lolubhubhane. Sibuye futhi sithathe lithuba kwethembisa nekuqinisekisa ukuthi solo siyibambile lempi, uma sibambisene sitayinqoba. Kulomnyaka wa 2022 ngekulinganisa sinqoba i-AIDS kuwonke wonke. Siqubulo sethu sitawusisita ukuthi sibukisane ngokuthi ingabe imathuba ekuthola lusido ayafinyelela yini esiveni sonke. Sibuke futhi naletinye tintfo letingaba imbangela yekubhebheteleka kwalesifo. Kuneluhlelo loluthi enjobeni majaha. Lolu hlelo luqhutshwa usiphila nje drama society ngekusekelwa inhlangano yakaNercha lebuketa inhlelo tekulwa nalesifo netekulwa nesifo se-HIV ne-AIDS eSwatini. Luhlelo enjobeni majaha luqhuqhutela emavota emajaha kanye nebafana kuthi basukumele etulu tindzaba tetempilo letifaka ekhatsi kusati simo sakho se-HIV. Lokufaka ekhatsi kuthi natha kahle ema-ARVs akho, uphindze unakekele uvikele kwanzisa i-HIV kuloyo lothandzana naye. Kulomnyaka wa 2022 luhlelo enjobeni majaha lulethwe lapha enkhundleni yakugege, lwahamba kuyo yonke lemiphakathi le-11 lefake ekhatsi emashobeni, Sisingeni, Dilini, Dinga, Tsambekwako, Mhlahlweni, Nsukazi, Mlindazwe, Siyendle, Sidwala kanye naseNshamandi. Kulolu hlelo bekumenywe emavotsa emajaha nebafana bebavumekelekile noko bomake ukuthi nabo bangaba yingcenye yalombuthano. Kodwa le ngcikithi beyibhekene kakhulu nabo babe. Sebabonke bobabe laba bekhona kuleti ngcoco talombuthano babengemashumi 5. Imilayeto lemcoka yalolusuku lwe-AIDS lo 2022 ifaka ekhatsi nayilelandzelako. Ngingubabe ngiyawavikela emamfombatana ekuhlukubetweni ngekulala. Ngiyimvotsa lenakekela impilo yayo. Ngiyalisebentisa lijazi lemkhwenyana, ngitihlolile i-HIV futhi ngiyasati isimo sangati salengithandzana naye. Uphindze sithi umfana lo imfombatana uphephile etandleni tami ngiyimvotsa. kunatha kahle ema-ARVs kunginika isiqiniseko sekuthi i-HIV ibanzedelekile emtimbeni wami. Lokunye futhi kokuthi noma nginayo noma ngide i-HIV kumele ngikucethe kubandlulula silinganise kwelashwa kwawonke kuze siyinqobe i-AIDS. Kuleti ngxoxo lemibuthano lebeyikhona libandla belihlaliswa ngeticheme bese kuba nemibuto ke lebutiwe kuleti cheme lebetikhona lemiphakathi. Leminye yale mibuto leniketwe leti cheme ngulena. Wokuqala yini leyenda emafotha angakhuthaleli kuya esibhedlela kuyowelashwa noma kuyotihlola impilo njengoba benda bomali. Wesibili uthi veta umcabango wakho ngemasiko nemihambo wesiswati lokufaka ekhathi inhlanti kulamuda kungena nabomvu kuhlala kakhe nekuba nendlegugela kulesikhathi sisalamuhla sekwanza kwe-HIV ikakhulukazi kumamfombatana. Lo landzelako umbuto bowuthi bamvula abathandzanako babe bebulili bunye bayabandlululwa futhi abafinyeleli kuthola lusito lwetempilo. Sithini singemafotha ekutheni nabo labamfu baluthole lusito lwetempilo njengawonke wonke. Wesine umbuto bewuthi kunemkhuba losewanzile wemamfombatana lathengisa ngemtimba kanti nebafana sebayawenda lowo mkhuba. Wena ungenda njani njengemtali na ungaphola ukuthi newakho umfana uyakwenda lokho. Wesihlanu umbuto bewuthi kwendiwa yini imvodza ingayisebenzisi ikhondomu uma ilalana nesingani sayo ikakhulu emamfombatana kuze kuthi iwavikele itivikele nayo kanye nemndeni wayo etifeni ifana nabogcunsula kukhulelwa kanye ne-HIV. Nasekuhlatiwa uyaleti ngxoxo leti bekhona kuyo yonke imiphakathi kutholakele kulokunye linanka emaphuzu nankalalandzelayo. Baphemvulile ke bobabe bathi lokwenda emafutha angakukhuthaleli kuya esibhedlela kuthafu lokwavela. Kwekuqala kwekuthi imvodza nayinesifo lesithinta titfo tayo tangansense iyesaba kwelashwa ngunesi lo wesifazane. Kwesibili kuthi imitholampilo ikhashane nalapho kwakhe khona sive kanti netimoto tekuthutha sive atibi khona imigwaco mibi. Kwesithathu bathi lamanyenti emafotha akholelwa ekusebenziseni timbita lamanye ethembele enkholweni nekukhutsata kwelashwa ngekukamoya kunekuthi kuyiwe esibhedlela. Imivo ke ngemasiko lokungumbuto wesibili lo wavela ithi bamfu baphakamisa ukuthi akukhulunyisane kuvunyelwane kuhlolwe kuphindze kunakwe indzaba ye-HIV kulabo labatawungena kulolo siko noma umhambo. Bathi ke bobabe umthethosisekelo welive unika ukuthi umumfu unakuthi khethela kwenta lisiko tsite ngekutitsandzela yena angaphocelelwa. Lokushiwo wonke bamfu labathandzana babe bulili bunye imiphakathi leminengi emiphakathini leminyenti abemukeleki labamfu balolu hlobo ngoba emasiko nemihambo kanye nenkolo yebuKristu akuvumi. Imiphakathi leminyenti icele ukuthi ifundziswe kabanti ngalolu hlobo lwebamfu nekuthi bacelwa ukuthi bativete emangweni khona batawujwayeleka futhi kukhulunywisanwe nabo bangabhaci. Lokushiwo ngemkhuba wekuthengisa ngemtimba emiphakathi leminyenti kuvele kuthi kuthengisa ngemtimba kubi bamfu baphakamise ukuthi emamfombatana akafundziswe ngebungoti baloko kulesikhathi lesi se-HIV. Noma kunjalo imango idzinga kuconza ukuthi kunemalungelo ekutikhetsela ukuthi umuntu utiphilisa kanjani, akusho mina. Emiphakathi leminyenti bamfu bebangacabangi ukuthi la mamfombatana lathengisa ngemtimba achamuka kule mango yabo atothengisa emadolobheni. Bebacabanga ukuthi bakhona le emadolobheni. Imango kumele ibakhutsate ukuthi bafole lusito lwetempilo. Labakushito ngokuthi imvotsa ayisebenzisileni ikhondom. Amavotsa lamanyenti avete ukuthi akusimnanzi kulalana ngekhondom. Futhi kubese kuwa letimvuko ungabe usaqhubeka kahle lo mdlalo. Noko bamfu bavumelene lokho kuthi akusilo lokuliqiniso, indzaba isala engqondveni kusadzinga kulungiswe lokho. Bamfu labanyenti baphakamisile ukuthi akwanze kufundzisa ngebumcoka bekusebenzisa ikhondom, futhi akwentiwe ukuthi kube lula kutfolakala kwawo emangweni. Tingcinamba netinsayeya telhlelo enjobeni majaha enkhundleni yakugege lesihlangene nato nguleminye imiphakathi abakabi khona labanika lusito lokuhlola i-HIV babanjwa tizatfu taleminye imisebenti. Luhlelo belungaqali ngesikhathi lesifanele ngoba sekucalwa emasimini kulamalanga kuyasetshenzwa. Simo selitulu besenta kungakhoni kufikeka kuleminye imiphakathi ngenxa yokuthi kuyashelela imigwaco le yakuleminye imiphakathi ayihambeki. Luhlelo ke nalo sephutile kulusukumisa manje sikhathi bese singilesincane lese singasakhona ukuthi singakwenda konke lebesifise kukwenda sikucethe. Lengakusho sengigcina ngokuthi bamfu emiphakathi yabo sebabheke timphemvulo kuloko labakuphakamisile kanye nekuthi kuchubeke kulethwa kwelusito lwetempilo emiphakathini yabo nekuthi nekubahlomisa ngelwati kuze kuthi bayinqobe i-AIDS eSwatini. Uhulumende waseSwatini sohambela ibanga lelidze ekulweni nempi ye-AIDS. Kodwa kungalingani nekungalinganisi kungasibuyisela emuva silive. Kumcoka ukuthi silwe naletingcinamba letikhona ngekubambisana. Kumcoka kubeka bobabe embili ekulweni ne-HIV bathathe indzawo yabo. Lusito lwetempilo nalo kumcoka ukuthi lufolakale esiveni sonke ngekulingana. Ngekulinganisa sitayinqoba i-AIDS kuwonke wonke. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Last child Mage Regional Administrator Tanda siyabonga kakhulu maka semshayela Tanda bekunene. Lakithi ekhaya SHISELWENI bekakhuluma kwedwa ngeluhambo esihambile cishe tonke letifundza lapho sive khona imuvo yabo babe kakhulu ukuthi bakhala ngani ekusabeni i-HIV services. At this point in time we'll move with the program. We are behind schedule by this 15 minutes or so. So I'll request that treatment attendance team of people living with HIV continue with our program. As she's coming forward, can I quickly summarize the report that we heard from the regional administrator, SHISELWENI region, Figile Bolunga. What she mentioned is the issues of access to services. What men highlighted as hindrances, one was the issue of the gender. Men are uncomfortable to have a female nurse or health practitioner, hence they are not comfortable to go to health services. The issue of distance, and then the issue of communication and the issue of stigma, and the attitude of communities towards key population, and the treatment that sex workers actually experience in the various communities. So that's the summary of the report. But for the benefit of everybody who wants the report is available, so you can have access to it. I'm making the two, I have to speak in English, the reason being one, we have our audience that are more compatible in English. But on top of that, we are live on YouTube, so our viewers also are asking if we can translate into English at some point. We have people outside the country who are actually following us, Your Excellency, so we are actually blessed. At this point in time, can I actually invite Margaret to go ahead? Poem babereti because nakasuka nje makuyangena ipoem ngeke sabe ngaphambili ngenza besikhathi nayisuka ipoem kanjalo sonke sashakela. Over to you make sengawe.
Sanibona nonke bekunene.
Cala manje mvule.
Ngingimake.
Sanibona nonke bekunene. Ngingimake sende engoma eTulu. Ngibingelela bantu benkosi, bo minister, dependent Vanankulu Baba Masuku, ngibingelele tindlu tonke tebukhosi kunye nemiphakathi kwababeshifu, tindvuna, Minister of Health, kanye nesive sonke bekunene sanibonani. Ngingake sende engoma eTulu ngisemphakathini ngakathambe kwabo. Support group yesethembiso support group. Sethembiso support group sisebenza ngebantu labaphila negciwane le-HIV. Sisebenza ngabantu abaphila negciwane le-HIV kufundzisa ukuthi singaphila kanjani silwe siyinqobe lembi ye-HIV lesiphethe mhlaba wonke noma emphakathini wethu kwathambe kwabo. Sabona ke si support group yesethembiso ukuthi ungaba ngcono uma besingavolunteer siphume singena nemakhaya sihlole tihlobo tethu sifundzise ukuthi iyini le-HIV vele uma besingabambisana ngeke iphele yini sabona ukuthi uma singabambisana ingaphela. Sihambile sawufika emiphakathini yethu kuba beboshifu obandlancane sayocela khona kufundzisa sibonisane lokho ukuthi singenda njani singithambe kwabo kulwa nalembi ye-HIV. Safika lapho khona sivumelana kube nikhune ekucaleni kwaba nekubandlululana sababo makhonjwa ngenhloko kwekuthi nimbona lona sowunciphile emtimbeni noma sowunemabele amakhulu udlale liphilisi elikhulu sikhonjwa ngatinhloko. Kepha saba nesibinzi nebekunene thine sekuyimela lendzaba kwekuthi cha lembi lena ayisiyo yesethembiso kuphela kodwa yesive sonke sagege kufanele gege ukuthi inciphe imingcwabo ngema-weekend ukuthi kuthiwe nalapha kufiwe ngenxa yesifo se-HIV ngoba sesikhona thina sethembiso. Nangempela-ke sathembisa njengeligama lethu sazama kuphuma singena wancipha manje emathende egege emphakathini wakuthambe kwabo. Siyabonga-ke enhlanganweni yethu yaNercha. Sitawuqala kubonga lapha eTulu kuswanepha lowasithatha kusukela nga-2007 swanepha wafika wasithatha MSF wasifundzisa emakhono ekwenta umsebenzi wetandla. Sagijima-ke sisagijima naye MSF safika kuNercha lapho khona sifike khona Nercha wasiphakamisa waze wasibeka ezingeni letingulube asithi soli ngaloku lesingiko ngekuba ne-HIV. Uma-ke unegciwane le-HIV and AIDS akusho ukuthi sowufile uyaphila njengebantu bonke kude lokuyinkinga empilweni yakho kwakho kwekuthi umukele ute ufundzise nalabo labakhona dvutane eceleni kwakho kuze kwekuthi nelikhaya lakho lonke liqhubeke liphephe. Sithe sisahamba thina sivolontiya safika kulelinye elikhaya sakhanza lomnyemake wathi lo make umntwanakhe agula amqwaya ambandlulula athi akamdzingi lo ngoba utawufakela labantu abakhela abanye ligciwane lakhaya. Samcela ke lo make sathi asesiguqe sithandaze sikhulume naNkulunkulu ngoba nalomntwana wakho wamphiwa nguye umdali nalo leligciwane ngekuthi thina sibe naye uNkulunkulu sibambisane sitawukhona kusitakala samsita ke lo make ngekuthi sihlala naye phasi simbonise kwagcina lo make sekabathanza bonke labantu abakhe nalo kungena ngamthanzi bekaphila negciwane atitshela yena ukuthi lona utawuthelela labanye bose uyasitakala lo make wabuya sethembiso support group wabonga kakhulu ukuthi kuba khona kole nhlangano yesethembiso ngisitakele mina nemndeni wami siwanciphisile ke kanjalo emabhokisi emangweni wethu siyabonga nonke bekunene
Siyabonga kakhulu baphi bepoem naningaveli amwethu naningaveli siyachubeka Eric Rosenberg Shaktela mkanami selishonile. The lady who was here was actually giving us a story where they have met difficulties in dealing with families who are actually segregating other people because of one, their HIV status, and also because of disability, and also other challenges that they are facing as young people and people living with HIV. At this point in time, I'll ask the next presenter to sing the poem. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Standing before you is Tobile Malinga. I'm here to present a poem and say, Africa, let us unite together to fight HIV and AIDS. Africa, let us unite together to fight HIV and AIDS. I always ask myself, what have we done to deserve this? We have lost our parents because of you, HIV and AIDS. Streets are full of children who are orphaned because of you. Some had even dropped out of schools because of you. Their future is doomed. This disease attacks everyone, regardless of their position or status. It kills randomly. Once they are gone with you AIDS. Families, relatives, friends, leaving you alone dragging with the thought of dying. And if they passes by, he is dominated by fear of neglecting by the one called themselves loved one. My people, why you neglect those who have AIDS? Is it because of fear or ignorance? My people, why you allow our relatives to suffer a double blow? Suffering because of the pain that AIDS causes, suffering because of the heartbreak that our relatives causes by neglecting them. My people, let us support those who have AIDS to fight the disease and have peace of mind. Yes, our continent is called intercontinent, but we can bring the life that we need. We can be able to kick out the disease in our continent. Africa, let us join hands and hand together to fight HIV and AIDS in our continent. Thank you.
That is beautiful.
Call for action statements. Eswatini National Young Positives AGYW. Sonzela Ninayan. Telan Shaktele. Eswatini National Young Positives. Oh, you are here.
Thank you so much.
Sanbonani. Sanbonani. Ninjani. Ngiyaphila nami. Ngiyavusela ngicale ngalabadala. Ngiyehlele niye kubantu abasha. Ngiyaye ngithi ke abantu abasha bamgcoka. Live lisine kubantu abasha Nkosi yami. Nakuphephe bona ngithi ngizabantu aka sexual reproductive health kusuke sekuphelele. ngekuthunywa-ke bamhlabasha igama lami ngusikhulile ngabahlatshwako ngisebenzela inhlangano yaka-Surface. Namuhla la sithi inhlangano leti ehlukene leti sebenza yona indaba yaka-HIV prevention, sebenzise indaba yaka-economic strengthening among young people. So I'm going to be reading a call to action. There's a themba ukuthi namuhla abantu abadala batasithathela yona Nkosi yami ngetinyawo nje letithe ukushakatela kancane. So the call for action reads, we need to invest in young people. We need to invest in health. For more than 20 years, the Global Fund has played a pivotal role in saving lives against HIV, TB and malaria. Basically, in 2020 alone, the Global Fund has supported for about 22 million people and provided HIV testing for around 700,000 people. Not just people, but young people. So, libekelisalo netinzinamba tekuthi sinciphisa kanjani i-HIV. Sibamhlabasha siyawabonga nama-interventions that the government came with. Ngekusitwa-ke with other civil society organizations and other bodies. So, uma SDG target 8 3.8 on universal health coverage, a better future for all cannot be met when the needs and voices of the most vulnerable people, especially the youth, remain ignored. So there is data on the vulnerability of young people to HIV that exists despite various challenges on data gathering on youth. So in 2020, there are approximately 1.7 adolescents and young women that were recorded to have new HIV infections. And the number of adolescents and young people living with HIV is also increasing. Ayasho ke nema statistics ukuthi thina ama-HYWs asi-affiliate kulo 95. Kunema discrepancies there and there because thina siya-receive kahle kahle. Letifo letingathi tiyathwakela it draws much kuma young girls and young women. So young people, in all our diversity, are vulnerable to HIV. Among us, kunema key populations, which includes adolescent girls and young women, young people living with HIV, young people who use drugs, young people who sell sex, young men having sex with men, and young LGBTIQ people. So, our key populations continue to face barriers to access to HIV services and treatment, including restrictive laws and policies against young people, as well as persistent stigma and discrimination. But upon the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic, young people's vulnerability to HIV has further increased. Sibonile ngetikhathi COVID, bantu bavaleleke emakhaya. Bavaleleke emakhaya nabo baba laba bagagazelako, basemakhaya nabo malume labangasebenzi, basinababhoreka bese babamba bankhaya. Sivaleleke emakhaya ke nanabo bo-sugar daddy noma ke naletingane tefuro ukhanda ukuthi sisinasibhoreka bese sesakha abantwana. Awukhoni-ke neku-negotiate i-condom usage because ungithengela kudla ungithengela ne-toilet. So, as a representative of adolescents and young people, which are diverse and some of them are living with HIV, we are calling on our leaders to show solidarity, leadership and commitment to ensure that the rights, needs and priorities of key populations are protected and addressed. So to the government, we call that we strengthen the health systems for young people, particularly public health capacities, primary health care and universal health care, by funding the Global Fund and youth-led and youth-saving organizations who are pouring together to the health agenda. We are also calling to accelerate the fight against HIV by breaking down human rights barriers that prevent young key populations from accessing essential health care services, including HIV information, services and treatment. So to practice meaningful and ethical engagement of young people in key decision-making platforms that impact our health, and rights at the international and national levels. Lastly, we want to ensure the needs and priorities of young people are included in laws, policies and action plans that impact their lives, to also ensure that young people living with HIV have access to birth certificates and are kept in school, to ensure that there is domestic funding for youth HIV programming and youth-led organizations that are allocated a budget from the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture. That is all that has been sent by the young people. I thank you.
Sanibonani enkundleni, lolokhuluma nani uLindani Mashaba. Side phambi kwenu sitokhuluma ipoem simelele abantwana bakugege eMethodist Primary School. HIV nemnganakho AIDS nibambisene ekudaleni luqhekeko esiveni seMaswati. Mzawutonkana uma uneligciwane usheshe ubonakala. Esibhedlela kuthiwa angibambelami lilayini. Esikoleni bafunzi abasafuni ukuhlanganyela nami. Emsebentini baphathi bevangathi angeke ngisakhona nekubamba lelo phepha nepheni.
Emangweni abafuni ukuhlanganyela nami labanye bafunzi. Esontweni bevangathi uNkulunkulu akangivamine ngobe ngineligciwane ngalithola ngekutiphatha kabi. Kanti konakelephi Maswati akithi? Kugula akusho ukugcina kwempilo. Kugula akusho ukuthi angisenangcono. Kugula akusho ukuthi sengiyafa. Asibambaneni Maswati silwe uqhekeko. Siyabonga.
Beautiful, thank you. Begazala Art Group. Begazala Art Group. Student Pangesa. Litangambe.
Awusithanda sama umabeleze namhlanje zolo mnanzi edolobheni silipayi. Ngiyabona phela sithanda sabene sisicubhile ngiyakutshela baba namkusipendile. Yeyo ungitshele manje ba.
Ngiyabonga lonke telefoni. Uyabona ngani?
Uyathi mosana make ukuthi nguwe ngathatha wena ngalokuthi yani mosawubuke nje awubuke.
Ngiyabona lengcinyo ngayo namhlanje ungathi ngavele ngigeze nje bese sengiyapha.
Awusithanda sama samsolala manti ungayende mbodo singahamba solala phela kamerweni ngathi mos.
Awubebe angathi wena vele unani toti nje ngakhuluma indaba yekulala nje ngicabanga lokunye mina ngifuna ukuthi nakolala ngebhana ngageza silalele ngebha ngiphumule bona ungakhelela ngalabathi nje ngifuna ukuphumula.
Awu manje baby mosela sonke edolobheni ngasofuna kulala ngoba mngifonela nawe manje sabo.
Baba wena inkinga yakho awufuni ukusebenzisa ikhondom.
Sithanda sakho inzobaleka lokukhuluma ngayo ngeke ngisebenzise ikhondom kulala nawe
Mina ngiyayisipeshela ngathi wagcina nje wena.
Elamke ngempela mina ngiyashintsha ngithi mina ngifuna imbodam manje.
Ngithi mina baba angeke angathi mina ngithi.
Ba kungayendi ngoba baba sokusekamera mba. Yewo. Lamke. Ukhala kancane. Khala kancane lamke. Asa. Ngiyakhala. Hello? Unjani sithando so? Hello. Unjani sithando so? Oh, ngiyaphila namntwana. Siyangikanuka. Hayi mntana, ngeke. Masitolo benginawe ke. Hayi darling. Unavatsitolo bungasafuna ngihambe. Futhi nje uzofuna sende isikhumba nami bathi mina. Hayi ngeke bheka mina ngiyawusala mfana. Hayi ngeke bheka ngeke ngiyala. Ngiyala nje ngicela siyifake ikhondom. Ngicela ukuthi siyifake. Angifuni nje ngayifaki ngeke. Neza bheka. Yebo ngokukhuluma ngekhondom ushayela, ngokushayela. Yebo madoda bambala muhle. Hamba bra. Wazisela ukuvusela, ngifuna ukuvusela. Awusema. Afunanga kodwa bafuna isikhundla mfana. Yona mfana wewe. Ufuna ngithi? Ufuna ngithi? Ngilobhunde zero. Senafaka amakhobe ngeke. Angimthembi mfana le. Awuthembile mina. Angimthembi. Yini khona lo nakanda nakasahambile ke. Ngitshela ngathi ngitshela ngathi ngidinga ibhido lekhaya. Hayi ngeke. So ufuna ngingena phela lokusibongile ngenyama lomdumba. Abafuni nomphakathi. Yebo futhi nina khuluma ngokuphela nabo phepitolo ngitshela ngale mina ngisebenzisi. Lo lapha umntana inyanga lo bayagubhela. Yabo. Wena ungitshela yo. Noma ngaba nenziwa layithinsibele. Asambisele. Apana wathi uphenda bomphepheshi kanje. Yeshabiyo. Futhi sisekaphinzi takapata. Ngeke yadlala lo.
Hi, Mancho. Right. So when the show me, alright. My friend tried on next time. One man, you look right, but not so serious. Boom, game. Kasi ang sabi ko sa Johnson, ang sabi ko ba? Kung lale lang kayo, tsaka kung lale. Kanya niya lang kayo. Kanya ulalan lang yan kahal. Uyang shaya, akapun sabat ipang shikondo, nakatin ba? Insinza din siya. Akapun nag-special agad. Lati sa niya chong, naulog tada, kuluya siya na. Pati pinanggoy sa mga poison niya, rif. Puti ang bang. Ye lang talo, talo ye kagin talo, rif lagi. Palimpilo yang plin. Walang pinanggoy sa police station, ang bawa logo. Siya ko na ipep. Biabon. Ngakasang kada ko after. What dia mula na ba dem party na wa ko ba ito tayo ko literal ko fuli. Zara ma poi sanchenya yang ma bete.
Tamazão, Guilherme. Mano, como é uma coisa correta, Tamazão, menino? Eu estou falando que eu estou falando, cara. Mas eu vou dizer, mas essas pizzas pela loto. Oh, mami. Não lembro mesmo, escuta o baba.
Ai, nega, baba.
Oh, baba, baba. Esse desenho é o Skype, não vi na mensagem.
Ay, mama, sekayikayijule nalento leyo mama.
Nguye lo babethoyisa nguye lo. Uyambona? Nguye sizingene nje kahle la kule khali. Udlala ngemngani la. Ntophela kumgagagiseni. Mbophe ethoyisa mbophe. She, ngeke.
Sanibona. Yebo. Nilitshana ka. Singabuzela ngubani ntangena nitheleka la baba. Sayitsheni nolesibovu lona. Hlala phansi bafike nguwe mosigcina. Mnene. Nguwe mosimke. Hayi mke ngakaphula abani la khaya. Uthi wendeni mke mnene. Asesikhulu nomana Demula, il cara le salufate. Una raggio ti pone un meglio acqua. Suma.
Beautiful.
15 years later, uphumile mgengejele. Go. Siyabingelela lakhaka amasosi. Demneli. Ukakho la ungena nje uhlala phansi umbani uthi ngene. Abencane futhi singabingelela ngoba kunjani mnene? Hayi sifilile futhi wami. Ungakusihlangana. Ngathi ngihamba ngifuna imisebenzi ngiba abantu ekhaya imadeo wakhona ngisasengigcinda wena indlala ubulala abafana ekhaya. Oh, bekuthi thina sinikana ematoro. Ya ngathi noma ushese ngivela kabi nemphathi wami. Let's pay for it. Nah, don't you go. Oh. Utselela kanjena nje mfana ungena phansi uhlala la office lami yatendele. Lokutselela ukufunza lesitwashini. Oh, mphathi cha mfuthu. Ha? Ne. Ngiyafuna ngipawabela mapapa ngekufuna umsebenzi. Noma ngawufuna umsebenzi abasibathathela abanjengawe mbuti akungafuni bona ukuthi
Ngimlophethe la wona la office.
Famosikhona ukuqasha le jaji
Makwapho yini le awulisela kimi.
Sesibhedlela inkanzi la. Empatha ne-HIV funza
wasaza makwabo itolo lokho kukhulekile emsebenzini washeka isipilo sami ngangaqosha yalitoqoshwa lona nginethathi kuphela makwabo
njena
ushukela makwabo ukumnyama njani kwanyalo makwabo kodwa ngalanga kimsho umkhaso wakho ulila sone ngimakwabo
ngiyabona makwabo yomlonje ugawa nina abahlata yabonga uyathelela phatha
laso ngaqasha
Rojas again, HIV. That is not about the deficiency virus. Find some unity and a sense of communities, but we cannot eliminate it if we avoid the shadow shots, avoid the shadow shots. casual sex and multiple social norms. We don't need to try to competition. We might be for tradition. We use good as we got in the fields. We can eliminate all the time. Our community, we can eliminate all the time. Stand out and unity, we can eliminate all the time. In this pandemic, you and I know we can eliminate all the time. Drugs for those who stand the risk of infection. Yeah, drugs for those who fight us with the disease. No one just has to drink, not all for free. So you can walk into the nearest facility. So
Hello my baby, hello my sweet, hello my baby, hello my sweet, hello my baby, hello my sweet, hello my baby, my baby, my sweet, my baby, my baby.
kakhulu. Siyabonga kakhulu ukubekezela bekezela art group. Lena mhlonishwa le art group lena mhlonishwa yasemangayani. Nami ungasemangayani. Lekithi eBhondo. Niyabona tilwane tiyabulalana. Siyabonga kakhulu lo mjayivo sikhumbula esikhathini tethu. Sisajayiva. But you really appreciate the drama which depicts the day-to-day challenges that we are facing in our communities. That varies from gender-based violence, alcohol abuse, HIV infection, including rape. So we really appreciate the drama group. At this point in time, I will invite the representative of the civil society who is going to make his remarks. Nabadzala bathi sebavile ukuthi siyabonga ukuthi bakhona sababita cishe ngebuzala babo ngenzaba yesikhathi bathi manje nje nonke nihambe emagameni ethu ngoba sesimkhulumele. So isalutation sesingenika nje umuntu omdala kuphela lelenye sesiyendile ngenzaba yesikhathi. So I'll request that all those who are going to come and make their remarks, if you can limit your salutations, because we have already observed the salutations. I think the previous speakers, including my co-pilot here. So in view of time, I will request that we only recognize the presence of our guest speaker. So at this point in time, I'd like to invite the Congo Director, Mr. DLAMINI, who's going to make his remarks on behalf of the civil society of the Kingdom of Eswatini. Over to you, boss. Oh, the question I'm finished. As of now,
siyabonga kakhulu mphathi lihlelo. Sibonga naleli thuba sibakakhango ukuthi site lapha lamuhla kuto wethula lenkulumo. Sanibonani nonke maswata kithi. Sithokotile ke thina sibakakhango ukuthi sitholele lithuba lekuthi sitokhuluma namuhla lapha nemaswati onke nakugujwa lelisuku lamhlaba wonke lapho khona sithi Eswatini ending AIDS for all. Lokusho ukuthi ngekulinganisa sinqoba AIDS kuwonke wonke. Kulesikhathi samanje isekela landvunankulu sicela nje kuthatha lelithuba lekuthi si recognize kubambisana lekwentekile kulomkhakha wekusebenta lendaba yaka HIV ikakhulu ema partners ethu lafaka ekhathi bo UNAIDS bo PEPFAR baka USAID nema NGOs lahlukahlukile bo World Vision bo Health Plus for Men nalabanye lesibambisene nabo kulomkhakha. Sibona lokuthi ke nasikhuluma ngalokulinganisa kumcoka lokuthi manje sisebente nhlangothi tonke kungabe ukuthi uhulumende umeyedvana kodwa kube ngihulumende abambisana netinhlangano letingekho ngaphasi kwahulumende phindze futhi kube tinhlangano letisuka kamhlabuhlangene nalabanye. Nasisenta lo msebenzi ke sekela landvunankulu kune lucwaningo lesihambe silenda ezisenta lo msebenzi ikakhulu lokunye lesikubonile ngulapho nasibuka tindzaba tebantfu labancane lele sithi ngema adolescents and young people lapho sibona khona ukuthi nalokulive selimtholile lo 95 kodwa laba labancane bona kutshengisa ukuthi lizinga lema new infections lisenyuka. Lokho ke kusende ukuthi bese siyadibuta lokuthi kubangelwa yini lokho. Sibakakhango naletinye tinhlangano lesisebenzisana nazo. Kwase kuyabonakala ke nasisakhuluma lokuthi kufuneka ukuthi sisonzelane netisebenzi tetempilo letisebenza emphakathini ukuthi sithole kibo lokuthi kubangelwa yini lokuthi kube naletinkinga letinjena. Nasikhulumisana nabantu labasha kuleli viki leliphelile njengoba besine summit yaka Pediatric AIDS Treatment Africa. Bayasho abantu labasha ikakhulu labo lase bayaphila naleli gciwane ukuthi kufuneka sizame ukuthi sisonzete leti taka mental health ne psychosocial support services. Nalokuthi ke letinhlelo le njengoba kusho ukuthi umuntu lomusha kuba lula ukuthi angene emtholampilo acelele lo sito nangabe kusho ukuthi labo labasebenta kulawo ma facilities babukana buhlwanya nangabe kusho ukuthi kubonakala sophila naleli gciwane. Kubantu labasha laba no 800 lesibakhulumisile sibakhuthatha ukuthi bathathe le hlelo le PrEP. Sitfole ukuthi manje 516 wabo abafuni kuyithatha le PrEP ngetizathu letahlukahlukene ngalo ukuthi manje bafuna kusebenzisa ama condoms noma basafuna kuyothathisa ku sexual partner nalokuthi ke lama packages e PrEP akasiyo labo bakhanza ukuthi akahle ngoba angase ende lokuthi bese batali bayadi ukuthi manje bona bathatha iPrEP. Lokhu ke kusitshela ukuthi thine emakhaya nasemangweni nasemasonfeni nakutonke tinhlelo asikhulumisane ngaletindzaba tekuthi ngitiphi tinhlelo lesingatisebenzisa kuvimbela leli gciwane le HIV AIDS. Lokunye ke inhlonishwa ndunankulu lesikubonile nasikhuluma ngaleli hlelo la equalize sibona ukuthi bantu labasha solo banyenti labangekho emsebentini labangekho esikolweni nalabangafundzeli emakhono. Lokhu kusho ukuthi ke bantu labasha mhlonishwa baba sigabeni sekuthi bayadzinga lokuthi kube khona lokutabanibadisa nalokungumsebenzi lokuletha inzuzo lekwenda ukuthi bangakhoni lokuthi bese bayalingeka baba nabo sugar daddy kuze babanikete tinsita letinjenga tinsipho. Siyacela ke ukuthi tinhlelo tahulumende dijinga tikubuke lokho ikakhulu letinhlelo temsebenzi yahulumende lemkhulu taka public procurement kubukakala ukuthi bantu labasha bona babenefita kanjani kuleto tinhlelo naletinhlelo letinye tetikhwama njengabo FinCorp nabo Youth Enterprise Revolving Fund akubukakala ukuthi letimali dingaenda kanjani ukuthi tisheshe tifike kubantu labasha batoticalela bona umsebenzi nalokuthi ke equality education ikhule iye embili. Siyabona ke nasenda lo msebenzi lesiwendako ukuthi lokunye lokwenta ukuthi bantu labafana nabomaka namantombazana bangakhona ukuthi bavimbe lokuthi bathole lo ligciwane. Ngiletindzaba tekuthi kutfolakala ukuthi abakhoni kunegotiate i-safe sex nekuthi lapho khona kungakhonakali kunegotiate babe nendlela ukuthi they can walk away. Siyacela ke ukuthi tinhlelo tahulumende tibuke ukuthi kungentiwa njani ukuthi bomake nabantombazana bathole access to ama productive resources lafana nemhlaba emanti nalamanye ema resources ladzingakala ukuthi ba connect iphilisi. Lokunye ke ngilehlelo la gender based violence siyabona ukuthi lenyuka kakhulu nangabe sho ukuthi manje uhlukubetekile ungimake noma uyintombazana kulukhulu ukuthi kuloyo muntu loyo ngaphinze unegotiate i-safe sex. Sicela ukuthi uhulumende akhulise isikali lapho khona adila naletinhlelo te-gender based violence njengoba bese sisifakile isicelo thina ngalapha sitinhlangano letingekho phasi kwahulumende ukuthi i-GBV ideclarishwe a national disaster. Lokho ke siyakugcizelela mhlonishwa. Lokuthi ke bantu labaphila neligciwane nalaba lesithi ngama-key populations labatiphilisa ngathi bathengise umtimba noma labo labajova emaphilisi lasitsakamizwa kube netindzaba te-stigma ne-discrimination. Siyacela ukuthi naloko sibuke ukuthi singasebenta kanjani ikakhulu emitholampilo nasemimangweni la kutholakala khona tinsita. Lokho sisho ngalokuthi siyabona ukuthi nakunale stigma ne-discrimination bantu babese bayesaba ukuthi bapresente kuze khona batokhona ukuthi bathole kusitakala sikhathi sisesekahle. Siyacela ukuthi emimangweni bantu labachuza ukuthi basebenzise bo-PrEP emakhondomu naleto tinhlelo tekuvikela leli gciwane siyekele ukuthi sibabukele phasi bese siyabakhomba sibakhombe ngenhloko. Sengigcina ke mhlonishwa Ndlunankulu kunedithembiso letikhona lapha letendiwa nguhulumende kuleti indzaba te-co-financing. Imali lebekufanele ukuthi ibheke kulomkhakha waka HIV AIDS ne-health overall. Letithembiso leti-ke tihambelana futhi naletinye tithembiso hulumende lekatenta nakasayina lomthetho lesithi i-Abuja Declaration lapho wathi khona to allocate 15% of the national budget to healthcare systems. Kubonakala ngathi live lakithi mhlonishwa solo lisalele emuva kakhulu kuleti mali letiya kulomkhakha, kanti leti dzingeko tona tiyaqhubeka tiyanyuka tiya embili. Besicela ke ukuthi nakukhulunyiswana kulamaphakelo latako a-2023 hulumende akubuke naloko ngoba le co-financing ngiyo leyenta ukuthi sikhone ukuthi sithole letinye timali letibuya kuboza kwethu lengaphandle letisitako kulomsebenzi. Siyabonga ke lokuthi nonke lapha kugege niphelele lamuhla siyinhlangano yakakhango siyathembisa ukuthi sitawuchubeka nekuseka umphakathi nekuthi sikhulumise tindzaba te-HIV nabo bonke labaphathekako kuze ngiloyo naloyo muntu a-enjoy emalungelo akhe ngekulingana sitayinqoba i-HIV AIDS. Siyabonga.
Thank you for the remarks from the Congo director, Mr. Temgosi DLAMINI. Sitawucela ukuthi luthango luvele lunga emva kwalesikhulumi lesitawulandzela. Luthango sicela nivele lunga sekutawula emva kwalesikhulumi lesitawulandzela nya. Sicela kusukumisa Nercha Council Chairperson, the Ambassador Njabuliso Gwebu. The Nercha Chairperson, Council Chairperson, Mabe Ambassador Njabuliso Gwebu. Luthango, Ivalin Lunga.
Salutations, please, ma'am.
That's so.
Is it okay?
Okay. His Excellency. His Excellency, the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, Babe Nhlanganiso Themba Masuku, all protocols observed. Sanibonani nonke maswati lamahle. On behalf of the 8th Nercha Council, it gives me great pleasure to join all the key stakeholders with us here today to commemorate World AIDS Day 2022 in this beautiful and scenic community of GEGE, enjoying fresh air, beautiful flora and fauna. Indeed, it is befitting for the popular phrase, Yiti Abantu. The theme Equalize was coined by the United Nations AIDS coordinating body in Geneva. Having reviewed AIDS responses the world over and realized that there remain significant and varied inequalities in the delivery of HIV and AIDS services. Thus, the call to action is not only to Eswatini, but the world over. Eswatini has done a tremendous job in the HIV and AIDS response and still remains one of the few countries in the world to have achieved impressive HIV results against the global targets. This means, therefore, that a lot of work, effort, and investments have been allocated to the HIV and AIDS response, despite many competing social and development demands in the country. We, as different stakeholders in the HIV response, pride ourselves that services are delivered without discrimination, but focus has always been placed on ensuring equal access for all who need services. For an example, the school feeding program, which is very important for returning children in school, was initiated with the support from UNICEF, European Union, and the Global Fund. And within a short period, the program was taken over by government and has been rolled out to all schools. Equality has always been the fundamental concern in the delivery of HIV services in Eswatini. To further drive the point home, Eswatini has ensured the full involvement of different sectors in the HIV and AIDS response, including young people, people living with disabilities, people living with HIV, orphans and vulnerable children, the elderly, persons in correctional service facilities, the uniformed forces, the private sector, civil society, the faith-based sector, schools, key populations, urban and rural communities, in an endeavor to ensure that no one is left behind in the HIV and AIDS response. The Nercha Council applauds all stakeholders who are holding the bull by the horns and delivering HIV services in all corners of our beautiful country. The Minister of Health, supported by partners, long decentralized its services, making HIV services more readily accessible to people in communities. These are some of the strides that have contributed to Eswatini become one of 2 countries who have a highly successful response to the AIDS pandemic. However, much as there is great success on the HIV response, there remain some pockets of challenges. Stigma, particularly self-stigma, continues to deter people from accessing treatment. Attitude of health workers has greatly improved, but there's still work to be done to enforce change in the evolving environment. Honorable guests, allow me to address our young people who are present here today. HIV services are available for all persons in Eswatini, including sexual and reproductive health services. Please take advantage of these services to avoid facing challenges in the future, including early pregnancies, sexually transmitted infections, and loss of opportunities in life. Let me share with you that life gets better as you grow older. Experience teaches us that it is much better and more enjoyable when you are older, with access to your own life. Take your life into your own hands. Do not rush to do all at once and in your youth. Enjoy your youth, and later in your adult life, there will be plenty of interesting things to appreciate. The key challenges that Eswatini is battling with, which have potential to reverse the gains made by the country, include gender-based violence and income inequality. In this area, there is unfortunate loss of human capital that could be productive and contribute to the economy. We implore young people to be engaged in income-generating projects so that you avoid risky sexual behaviors. I also urge private sector and government, particularly the key sectors involved, with young people to continue to develop innovative programs that will engage young people. This includes taking advantage of the information technology and digital platforms that are now available at a fraction of the cost that have potential to engage many young people in productivity. We are urging our young people to engage in their own businesses, make startup. Their minds are young, fresh, inquisitive, and bold. So timiseleni bantu labasha nikale ema projects enu. There is still so much which can be done to shape your life into a success. Whilst I've chosen to address young people and access to productive means for Eswatini, we are looking forward to seeing Mark Zuckerberg, Steve Jobs, Elon Musk coming from Eswatini. UNAIDS has broadly defined some of the areas they are calling for countries to take action on. These are stated as 1. Increase availability, quality, and sustainability of services for HIV treatment, testing and prevention, so that everyone is well served. 2. Reform laws, policies and practices to tackle the stigma and exclusion faced by people living with HIV and by key and marginalized populations, so that everyone is shown respect and is welcomed. Thirdly, ensure the sharing of technology to enable equal access to the best HIV science between communities and between the global south and north. Lastly, communities will be able to make use of and adapt the equalized message to highlight the particular inequalities they face and to praise for the actions needed to address them. As Eswatini, we are committed to address the globally defined inequality areas to eradicate inequalities in the delivery of HIV services and thereby end AIDS. As I take my seat, allow me to appreciate the ever-flowing support of the United States government to the Kingdom of Eswatini, the Global Fund to Fight AIDS, Tuberculosis and Malaria, and the key partners who have worked with the government in the HIV and AIDS response, and UNAIDS. The results we see today are a collective effort of their contributions. We also, as Nercha, applaud the political commitment shown by our government when announcing the 8th Nercha Council. The Prime Minister, His Excellency the Right Honourable CLEOPAS DLAMINI, confirmed government's unwavering support to the HIV response. We appreciate the stand and look towards achieving greater results to end AIDS as a public health threat in the country. To this end, I implore and urge each and every one of us to make personal commitment to work with government to make their contribution to end AIDS as a public threat in the country. The work should continue at community level, INKHUNDLA and regional level to make meaningful impact at national level. Ngekulinganisa sinqoba AIDS kuwo wonke equalize. I thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu to the ambassador, who is the council chairperson kaNercha, Magenjabuliso Gwebu. Bekamthishela wami English eMatadolosa Primary School, High School. Siyabonga kakhulu. Luthango. Mfahla ekhala ngakuphi? Immediately after the Lutama dance, we will have the UN statement by the UN resident coordinator after the Lutama dance. Thank you.
Ngiyabuza namtatino.
Asalentanda salentamo. Salentanda sama wababuze mufiamlatla sela umangile usialwa kakhulu umsebenzi omthekandala. Ngikabuzwe kuwe. At this point in time, we will request the United Nations Resident Coordinator, His Excellency Mr. George Wachira, to come and make the UN statement. And I welcome you, sir. Wachira ang lebuye umsebenzi omuhle niweliwe libulakangwane namhlabhlangene ngilomele emhlabhlangene lapha ekhaya kithi eSwatini. Siyakwemukela babe. Over to you. You are welcome.
Siyabonga Program Director Bantwa Benhosi Bobabe Tikulu, Your Excellency Prime Minister Temba Masugu, representing the Prime Minister here today, Honourable Minister of Health, members of Diplomatic Corps, members of the UN family or distinguished guests, members of the community, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Bomage, Bobabe, Sanibonani, Bekunene. Now, on behalf of the UN family, I am delighted to be among you today in the community, this beautiful community of GEGE, as we commemorate World AIDS Day under the theme, Equalize Eswatini, Ending AIDS Once and for All. As somebody who has been locked up in Babane, I'm particularly delighted to experience the countryside and meet the people and experience a bit of your life here in the communities. The commemoration of the World AIDS Day in settings such as these amongst the community is a beautiful way to recognize and acknowledge the important role played by communities in the response to HIV/AIDS, not just here in Eswatini, but around the world. Communities have been very instrumental in the fight against HIV, and one of the biggest milestones in the HIV response, that is the reduction of the cost of ARVs, was achieved due to communities, particularly in this region of Southern Africa, mobilizing and advocating on this particular issue. And I think we ought to congratulate ourselves, people of this region, including here in Eswatini, for the advocacy that has led us to this particular point. I also want to commend the government of Eswatini. I want to commend Nercha. I want to commend our joint program on UNAIDS, on HIV/AIDS within the UNAIDS, for ensuring that World AIDS Day is not just a campaign commemorated in the capital city in Babane, but is celebrated in all the regions of this country before we gather today to make this main observance. Now, we all know, and we have heard already from the speakers before me, that the Kingdom of Eswatini has come a long way in the fight against HIV/AIDS. And I would like to congratulate Your Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister, the entire government, international and national partners, civil society and NGOs, and all Eswatini for achieving the UNAIDS treatment suppression target of 95 in 2020. As we heard from the Minister of Health this year, at the launch of the World AIDS Day campaign, Eswatini now stands at 94, 96, 97, and that is no mean achievement. And I think we need to applaud ourselves for the progress that we have made. Now, there is always a but, there is always a however. So, however, we do know that this impressive achievement has not been enough to eliminate HIV/AIDS in the kingdom. And therefore, the theme of this year's commemoration, Equalize, is an opportunity for us to reflect on the structural inequalities and all the hurdles that are blocking to our progress towards the elimination of HIV/AIDS. The previous speaker before me, Ambassador Jabu Gwebu, chose to address herself specifically to the young people, and there are many of them around here, and that message is absolutely befitting. In my turn, I want to address my fellow men. Boba Abe, can you hear me? Boba Abe, we have a problem. We have a problem. Now, we acknowledge the impact of COVID-19 pandemic in the last 2 years, which has in many ways reversed many development gains, deepened inequalities, and undermined all efforts around the world to end HIV/AIDS by 2030. But I would say that COVID-19 is an easy scapegoat. COVID-19 came as a natural calamity that we could not do much about, and we can claim that truthfully. But there are other calamities that we have created ourselves that are fueling HIV/AIDS, which we must do something about. Bobabe, can you hear me? We have a problem. Last week, we launched the annual 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. This was done amidst a great sense of near despair that we are losing the fight against gender-based violence. I say we cannot afford to despair, and instead, the spiraling scourge of gender-based violence should shock us to come together more strongly, more passionately, to push for the transformation of gender relations for the benefit of our society. Without tackling head-on the structures and unequal relations that drive violence against women and girls in our societies, we shall not succeed in our battle to end HIV/AIDS, as gender-based violence contributes almost directly to new HIV infections, especially among young girls aged 15 to 24 years. And these are the young people that Ambassador Gwebu was addressing. We owe them a life. Statistics also show us that 1 out of 3 girls in Eswatini experience some form of sexual abuse by the time they reach age 18. Hear that again. 1 out of 3 girls experiencing sexual abuse by the time they reach age 18, while teenage pregnancies remain a major challenge for adolescent girls around us. We also talk about intergenerational sex, and I think we need to be a little bit more direct here. Bobabe say these are old men like me having sex with young girls. intergenerational sex has been said to be the leading driver of new infections among adolescents and young girls everywhere, including, unfortunately, here in Eswatini. Having our women battered at home and our girls dropped out of school and taken advantage of by older men like me are among the inequalities that perpetuate the spread of HIV and deter our efforts to end HIV by 2030. We must therefore all be actors in transforming our communities for the better. We men in particular, I said we men, not women, we men in particular must take the responsibility to advocate and discourage ourselves from marrying young girls, at times forcing them out of school. Now, nearly 100 years ago, our very own African and Ghanaian scholar and educationist, James Hueyi Aggrey, bequeathed us the ageless wisdom that, and I quote, "The surest way to keep the people down is to educate the men and neglect the women. If you educate a man, you educate an individual. But if you educate a woman, you educate a whole society." We surely must believe in and act by this wisdom for the betterment of our societies. A few months ago, the government of Eswatini, with the support of the UN family and our national and international partners, launched the Education Plus initiative, an advocacy campaign to keep adolescent girls and boys in school as a way of protecting them from contracting HIV/AIDS. Evidence indeed has shown that keeping girls in school reduces HIV infections. As the UN family, we proudly join the World AIDS Day commemoration today with the message that we cannot end AIDS without ending the inequalities, violence, and deprivations that are driving this pandemic. The Equalize slogan is therefore a call to action to all of us. Bobabe, we have a problem. It's a call to action for all of us, ending inequalities that perpetuate the spread of AIDS. Yetaba yetu sonke. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Well done.
Thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu kumphathi waka-UN. Ngicela nje aseta ngaphambili lo bukele sive sakithi sangishaya ema-American. Kwekusho ukuthi bekathini ngavele ngikusho kanye nje kube kufishane. Kwekucala nje kubonga ukuthi mhlawumbe uyabonga ukuthi sihambe cishe tonkana natinkhundla sive ukuthi sithini nge-HIV. Uphindze futhi uyabonga lokuthi sikubhale phansi lokukhulunyiwe ukuthi abantu bathini. Lapho ngizaba kusho ke kubonga nje umhlabhlangano uyabonga kakhulu ukuthi live la kangwane kube ngilelinye lelikhonile ukuthi likhone ukuthi libambe ngoba likunqoba leligoli lelibekwe ngu-UN ku-94 96 97 Desmond. Kodwa ke njengoba sithi nje bobabe ufuna kusicinisa ukuthi madvodza kukhona lokusele singafika nje ngeCovid kodwa kukhona lokungahambi kahle ikakhulu ke indzaba yekuhlukumedana. Uyacela ukuthi asesime ukuthi sihlubete ikakhulu bantwana bemantombazana nekuthi sibaphathe kahle singabadlabadisi ngekuthi kona sinemali. Asagcina lapha uyasho ukuthi mhlawumbe usehlelo lelihle lefundzisa abantwana kuthiwa ngu-Education Plus. Uthi ke kuze sinqobe le-HIV
kumcwa ukuthi wonke lapha eveni angasaleli ngaphandle. Siyabonga kakhulu Your Excellency babe wachira for the statement. At this point in time ngiyanicela bakunene ngalokukhulu ukuhlonipha ukuthi umsindvo nakhuma abantu abadala ngala kuyevakala. Nangabe khona okhulumako eceleni kwakho komtshela kusibinza siyevana mos. Lo khulumako nje eceleni kwakho umthulise. So at this point in time, can I warmly welcome Your Excellency to make your remarks. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. His Excellency, the Deputy Prime Minister, to our partners, our colleagues, people living with AIDS, Sani Bonani. I am honored to be here today in recognition of World AIDS Day 2022 and to celebrate the tremendous progress that's been made in addressing the HIV/AIDS epidemic in Eswatini. Yesterday's release of results from Eswatini's third population-based HIV impact assessment, locally known as SHIMS-3, marks a milestone in the nation's fight against HIV. SHIMS-3 shows that although nearly 1 in 4 Eswatini over the age of 15 are living with HIV, that's 1 in 4 over the age of 15 are living with HIV, nearly 9 out of every 10 have suppressed the virus, allowing them to lead productive lives and preventing onward HIV transmission. This tremendous success is a result of leadership and collective efforts of the government, civil society, multilateral and bilateral partners, the private sector, and others. Despite this incredible progress, though, our work is not done. Approximately 4,000 new infections are still occurring annually, mainly among women. The annual rate of new infections among women is nearly 7 times that of men. I'm going to repeat that. The annual rate of new infections among women is nearly 7 times that of men. Globally, the U.S. President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, PEPFAR, remains the largest commitment ever made by any nation to address a single disease. It's an investment to save lives, and it's a symbol of our partnership as nations and the generosity of the American people. Since 2005, PEPFAR has invested over 12 billion Malanyeni in support of Eswatini's HIV response. The investment from this year alone amounts to 1.3 billion, and an additional 17 million to support continued COVID response efforts and preparedness for future public health threats. More than 17 years ago, when PEPFAR began working in Eswatini, fewer than 500 people were on life-saving antiretroviral therapy. Now, PEPFAR is supporting more than 200,000 adults and children who are receiving antiretroviral therapy, including nearly 9,000 Eswatini who began HIV treatment in the past year. Together, we're saving lives. While the progress is remarkable, HIV/AIDS remains a major public health crisis here in Eswatini. This year, UNAIDS estimates that more than 2,600 people died of HIV-related causes, and SHIMS-3 estimates approximately 4,000 new infections. These figures have declined markedly from their historic peaks, but HIV continues to impact Eswatini. This year's World AIDS Day theme, Equalize, Eswatini Ending AIDS for All, captures the essence of our goals today. Eswatini's HIV response must address the most vulnerable across all ages, genders, and population groups if it's going to be successful. This nation possesses the tools needed to control the HIV epidemic and sustain the gains that have been realized to date. We have medication available for all people living with HIV, medication that is safer and more effective now than ever before. We also have effective prevention options like pre-exposure prophylaxis, or PrEP, a once-a-day pill proven to prevent HIV infections. Today, an estimated 73% of the population is under the age of 35, and 58% of them are unemployed. It is imperative to reach this youthful population with prevention services and information, to empower them to protect themselves from HIV infection. The majority of these youth had not even been born in the early 2000s and didn't experience firsthand the devastation and deaths caused by HIV and AIDS. And we must ensure that young men are accessing testing and treatment services, both to protect their own health and to prevent transmission to others. SHEMS 3 showed us that only 63% of young men aged 25 to 34 living with HIV are virally suppressed. Without new approaches to engage and mobilize young men to know their status and to embrace treatment, our goals to control this epidemic will remain elusive and continue to put others, particularly young women, at risk. Investing in girls and young women is at the center of the PEPFAR program. Since 2015, PEPFAR's flagship DREAMS program has invested more than $1 billion across the world for adolescent girls and women to help them become determined, resilient, empowered, AIDS-free, mentored, and safe. That's the acronym DREAMS. Over the past year, we've expanded the geographic reach of the DREAMS program in Eswatini to deliver high-impact HIV services, including economic strengthening, to over 40,000 girls and young women. As we come into 2023 and reflect on the HIV pandemic, we have additional concerns that threaten the progress we've made together. The social, economic, and health impacts of the lingering COVID pandemic and civil unrest are major threats. This is a moment to refocus our efforts on preventing new infections and to address the social and gender inequality facing young people and the nation as swiftly as possible in order to avert a backslide in HIV progress. While we work to prevent HIV infection and care for people living with HIV, we must also focus on key areas of women's and girls' added vulnerabilities. As we join the world in commemorating 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, which culminates on December 10th, Human Rights Day, the U.S. Embassy is proud to lead efforts that advocate for the rights of girls and women. We know that violence against women and girls has a negative impact on their participation in education, employment, and civic life, which in turn means that they're less able to contribute to the community and to the development of the country. We know that GBV is a key driver of HIV infections. We know all this. It is time to establish a new culture of inclusivity in Eswatini, one that values and uplifts women and girls and holds perpetrators of GBV accountable. The United States is proud to invest in the future of Eswatini through PEPFAR and acknowledges the importance of strengthening the country's health sector. By the same token, we must also work together to help the nation heal from the recent civil unrest. As the government and citizens of Eswatini approach the promised national dialogue, we urge that preparations be in full collaboration with civil society. We call on all to reject violence. Inclusive, peaceful, and constructive dialogue on issues of concern to Eswatini will help the country continue to build a nation where all can reach their full potential. In closing, I'd just like to take a moment to recognize the government for its unwavering commitment to control the country's HIV epidemic, even in the face of COVID. I'd also like to thank our implementing partners for their tireless work to support the people of Eswatini to prevent HIV, and for helping those with HIV to live long, productive lives. As we collectively press towards attaining epidemic control through an inclusive and equitable approach, We must recognize that gains remain fragile. We must then work together through a multi-sectoral and systematic approach to shore up those gains. And in doing so, we can and will pave the way to an HIV-free Eswatini for the generations to come. Miyabonga.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Siyabonga kakhulu kumake Jini Maloni. Ngasiphinde simshaya intandla bekunene. Liphikisana lilitele hawu. Cha bekunene sesiyaqhubeka sekuya ngasekugcineni siyazama kubamba isikhathi. Kwanyalo ngitawucela ukuthi Maxolo alunge utawungena yena kodwa ke angakangeni ngidawucela ukuthi sivele ngoba sesiya emsebenzini lomkhulu ukuthi sithweba labadzala babela ngaphambili. Ngidawucela ukuthi kulesikhathi sanyalo sivele sililindele sebagege lakhaya enkundleni ngoba sesitawusubisa umtimanze lobhambo lunye lo geza ngelibisi umhlonishwa bekuthi sitacela umtimanze ukuthi sisale kubuya wena ngaphambili sitawuchubeka nenhlelo lethu naka aseta umtimanze ngaphambili ngicela ukuthi Maxolo ulunge nakaqedza Maxolo ku lata kwenda sitawuchuba lenhlelo lethu kodwa sitacela ukuthi Maxolo alunge nalenye ke igroup bathi hamba nemhlonishwa so nje nakaqedza tawungale group bese kungena Maxolo Mzizi so sinaqedza nje umhlonipha ngeke umhlonishwa ngeke ngibi niyabuya ninomhlalisa phasi kungena Maxolo siyachubeka nenhla lethu Mzizi ulunge emva kwamhlonishwa sitaqala simshaya intandla umhlonishwa ha imandla lobhambolungu khuluma Maxolo uye noMaxolo
Mhlonishwa Iphinila Ndvunankhulu nabo bonke labakhona all protocol observed. Ngiyanibingelela Nthamba masanibonana enkundleni yakugege. Asibonge ukuthola lelithuba mangibuka la program ngina 5 minutes ngicabanga program director ngidawuthatha 2 minutes fishane kakhulu lengitakusho sicela kubonga kakhulu ikakhulu mhlonishwa DPM sibonga uhulumende wayo ngwenyama nawe ma partners ukuthi nathi sibe shiselo singigege bakukhanze kufanele ukuthi nathi lelisuku lemqoka kangaka emhlabeni wonke nasetimpilweni tethu sonke lokusila kulomnyaka wa 2022 belingeta into celebrator la nkundleni yakugege. Siyanibonga kakhulu ikakhulu i-team yesifundza nayo eNkhundla leyende ukuthi kuphumelele kwalomsebenzi sisalungisa besisolana sikhutana ke nje siyabonga ukuthi egcineni naku sekuphumelele. Mhlonishwa Ndvunankhulu Phinda Ndvunankhulu siyabonga kakhulu ukuthi nathi senkundla yakugege kakhulu ngitawubonga bantu labaphila neligciwane benkundla yakithi yakugege ema support group la khona labangakatifihli bekunene baphumela nami umhlonishwa labanengi babo beta kimi batokusho ukuthi mhlonishwa sicela usibambise nathi la ungasibambisa khona. Siyabonga kakhulu baka Nercha usupporta ema-support group enkundla yagege. Siyabona ama-project la khona etinyosi tingulube. Siyathemba ukuthi nalamanengi aseda. Ngisho njalo ngithatha nekubonga kakhulu ngibonge baka World Vision lesinabo enkundleni yagege. Ngibonge baka NSF lesinabo Honourable Minister of Health. Siyabonga kakhulu ema-partners akho especially baka NSF. Inkundla yakithi inkundla lengahambeki kakhulu. Bebasokola baka health bangakhona ukufinyelela leminye imiphakathi yakithi ke laba partners akho aka MSF akhona ukuthi ahambe yize imigwaqo yethu iso mountainous and rugged, bathi bona batinikele ngetimoto tabo behla benyuka nale nkundla. And siyawubona umthelela wabo, sibona nangema support group kukhula enkundleni yakithi iyagege. Siyabonga kakhulu lokho. Ngiphinze nisho njalo mhlonishwa DPM sibonga uhulumende wayo ingwenyama nawo ema-partners la dlala elikhasa kakhulu emsebenzini la khona ngisebenza khona eParliamente. Besihlale siyibuta indvuna yatothetha impilo yonke malanga ngekuthi kushoda ema-drugs etibhedlela. Kepha-ke siyabonga ukuthi ema-drugs ayo ukuthi sibaliswa lwagciwane ema-partners nayo uhulumende ukwende i-first priority asikabeva bakhala kakhulu abawasebenzisa sasayashoda nawo. Siyakubonga kakhulu lokho kubambisa bona abantu labaphila nalo igciwane. Sibonga kakhulu ke nami ngithi njengokusho kwakhe director akakhango nawo onke ama-partners tikhulu besisebenzile, ngithi sibobabe benkundla yagege ngicela ukuthi sibe mahlahlandlela ngekuthi singabahlukubeti bomake, singabahlukubeti besifazane, sibahloniphe kuze kuthi sitokhona kugwema ukuthi leli gciwane singaliqhubekisele embili. Ngoba uma ngabe sibobabe sitabashale sithandana nabo, sitabashaya bomake bethu, utawukhanza ukuthi make soyesaba nekukhuluma, ukhanze ukuthi ngaleyo ndlela leyo ke seliphinze liyaqhubeka leli gciwane liyanza. Siyanibonga ma-partners besihamba la etitolotenu, siyanibonga ikhaza lelo lidlalile kithi simaswati ngaleni kwendile. Ngathi uma ngiqala kufika eParliamente mhlonishwa DPM ngethuka kakhulu sikworkshop bathi silivela kangwane sihamba embili ngekuba nalesi ngamangala ukuthi hawu singahamba njani embili silivela lincane kangaka. Ngane phela kusetshenziswa ema-statistics kubukwa i-population, kubukwa ukuthi bantu labanalo kulelo livelelo bese sekuyashiwo ukuthi vele nihamba embili. But-ke siyabonga ukuthi lamuhla emavela amaningi bosadakhi asabuya la eveni lakangwane atothekela lwati ukuthi sayinqoba njani le mzaba ngoba nyalo saba live futhi sabhuqwa saba live leqala eAfrica ukuthi sikhone ku-achieve 95. Siyabonga itibona ka health libambisane nawo ema-partners. Siyabonga ama-support group la tivetile aphuma lokele ukuthi ngalokuthi veta kwabo ngiko lokunye lokubambiseke kusibambisele silive ukuthi sikhona ukuthi siyo nale sifo. Ngiphinde futhi ngiya-aphila kuwo onke amaswati ikakhulu benkundla yagege ukuthi sivile ukuthi ngathi inombolo siphinde tiqala phasi setiyakhuphuka dalo ligciwane. Siyacela bekumele ukuthi asiphinde siqhubekeni sihambe sibambe isibinzi sihambe siyotihlola simo sethu engadi. Mhlonishwa DPM ngingakutshela ukuthi nami ngikhumbula kahle ngeminyaka waka 1996 kwakungu-March 22 la ngaqala khona ngahamba ngayotihlola khona simo sami sengadi. 1996 ngathatha sibinzi ngahamba befike bangithesta lapha kamanzini i-office yahlengale emhomeni ngale KFC lo ngale ngenhla kwaba ngcono kwaba lula lokuthesta indzaba bathi ke utawubuya kunene emva kwamaviki amabili utola nje umphumela ngathi masentoloza lo mphumela hayi weta lo nesi aphethe amayeza athole bhekisa phansi iphepha mhlonishwa ngafoma ngaba manje ngathi nje yaqala lendvodza yasiyambuta tihlobo tami yangikhulumisa ngiyibona ukuthi hayi iyangitiba ukuthi hayi ibisesimo mabebona ngathi isimo sekufute ngithole imphumela simo sengathi ngejake ngiyambonga uNkulunkulu ngokuthi anginike sibinzi kwangisida kuze ukuthi amthanga bekhona ngithi emadvodza onke nabomake nebanifana asihlole ingadi yethu ngalawo magama lawo sibonga kakhulu bekele sibonga nje lenhlonipho lelikhombisayo nekusofikela soyithethi phansi ngiyalalela ngisakhuluma tikhulume timqoka sengathi uNkulunkulu anganibuthi malonke nisa emakhaya inkosi sifusise sonke amen.
Siyabonga kakhulu kumhlonishwa sicela semshaya intando umhlonishwa he covered most of the things in terms of how the community have participated in HIV response and the role that the Ministry of Health and other partners have played in ensuring that people have access to treatment, and also those who are living with HIV for talking and advocating for support in relationship to HIV treatment. At this point in time, ndawucela Maxolo Nemzizi bavele ngalapha babe ngoba ngibacelile. Ngiyabala Maxolo MIZ Maxolo sokho. Oh, kunjani slow? Yethu. Ngiyalawo.
Ishiselo sikoti semandla, ishiselo sikoti semakhala nemakhalakhala. Ishiselo sikoti semahlahlandlela. Iyavuka ishiselo ivuka ngemandla. Ifuswa ngibona abagadi bendlela. Ifuswa ngibona abaphendle bendlela. Ifuswa ngibona bosogamile bemhlaba. Tiphethe mandla temhlaba. Letiphethe mandla ngetandla totimbili mntwanama. Liyangena incingo kulomunye khona ngale bambuta ukuthi ngabe ukuphi emntwana make ngila enkundleni ngiya-equalize ngizomhlulo yami uyadivesa ukuthini ngiya-equalize nema-stakeholder iwina sibakhulu namhla ngokulinganisa siyabonga nje lokuthi emaswati akithi ayayiva le ndzaba ukuthi ngekulinganisa sinqobe le ngculaza impilo yami beyifukanyelwe impilo yami beyisingathiwe impilo yami beyifuthumele njengamacanze ekhathi esilungwini nyalo sekude kujabula ekhaya malume uyalumaluma sekude kujabula nabothishela bayalumaluma sekude kujabula njengamacanze ekhathi esilungwini noma ngikhala tinyembeti tiwela phansi njengematolo noma ngikhala tinyembeti yami indzaba ifike enkantolo noma ngikhala tinyembeti njengemantshwele ekhathi esilulwini ngale ncwadzi lebhaliwe ngisite ungihawukele ngale ncwadzi lebhaliwe ngisite ungivikele ngale ncwadzi lebhaliwe njengemantshwele ekhathi esilulwini mntwanamake equalize siyahlanganisa siyabambisana labadzala babambisane sinqobe lelibhubhane ngoba nasingabambisani mntwanamake sitawuphela etikolweni bantu babesikholwa nithathe timfundiso tabothishela ngoba ngaphandle kwetimfundiso sitawuphela. Equalize ngayo yonke indlela. Labadzala basebenzisa ko-condomize, labanye bathi equalize. Mfana manje zama ngayo yonke indlela kuvikela lo mahazane ngoba le ngculaza le itawusishaya isiqede nasingalaleli letimfundiso. Ngithunywa baka Nercha, bathi baka Nercha, yemaqolo wesifo. Khuluma nalesifo saseshiselweni. Uthi le ngculaza le HIV yindzaba lekhona mbamba. Akusiko ukuthi kuyadlalwa mhlambe kuzama pick up yini banyusa emagraph. Ikhona mbamba ingculaza. Ebantu abamake kubukela utivikele labakhulile sebenzele just le please sebenzele just le mkhonyana kulabakhulile. Hayi kudlala. Lokhu lesingako lana indzaba lekhona sibili. Ngoba nasesinqobile sabe sithi wena somandla, wena ngadangada, wena sonini nanini, wena kukaramba kutana sokulunga tikopokopo, wena winhosle hamba phambili mukhala hamba ngemuva, wena umnikati wempilo, wena umnikati wamandla onke, wena ungetulu kwemimane khona endalweni, ungetulu kwemimane khona emveni, ungetulu kwemimane ngephansi kwemanti, ungetulu kwemimane semadwaleni, imimane semigadzeni, wena somandla, wena ngadangada, wena sonini nanini, wena kukaramba kutana sokulunga tikopokopo mbonanake. Shiselweni yangisanza kakhulu nami lekugcina equalize mfanamake.
Thank you for the poem. Sesiyanga semaphethelweni program sesilungiselela kuva tinkhulumo letimcoka. Isikhathi samanje sitawusukumisa imvuno yelitiko letemphilo. The Honourable Senator Lizinkosi uthi atawusipha umlayeto waleli langa lanamuhla lapho kubuye sethu sithi equalize Eswatini ending AIDS for all. Ngekulinganisa sinqoba i-AIDS kuwo wonke. Let us appreciate the Honourable Minister of Health and Sishaya Tandla.
So adjusting it. Phasihlelo asibonge Your Excellency mhlonishwa nomele ngesingisi bebasicelile lapha kusibese sithi all protocol observed. Ngiyabingelela ama partners ethu nani nonke bekunene kulelanga lelihle kangaka lamuhla. Umsebenzi wami la lamuhla awusiwo PS wekuthi ngiphinze ngikhulume nebantfu nesive umsebenzi wami lomkhulu ku sonzeta ndvuna ngikhulu kodwa ke tikhona tishwana letitsite lengicabanga ukuthi angitimenshine la asengikhulume nesive ngato itolo besikhuluma ngema results lasiwakunalcwaningo selicwaningo lesithathu lelo kusukela nga 2011 center shimzwe kucala 2016 center wesibili 2021 center wesithathu lo shimzu uthi sibuka dele lesikwendawo sibuke ukuthi njengoba kuthiwa eMaswati sesifike nga 2020 nje basimemedele emhlabeni wonke kusesifike ku 95 kodwa nasifika 2021 sesiyacwaninga ke siyabuka ukuthi nembala kunjalo yini nembala eMaswati lekufuneka ati kusanayo le HIV ayati yini sakhanza ke ukuthi sesila ku 94%. Lokho mhlonishwa kubangela ukuthi ikakhulu isha sibonile ukuthi la kubo babe nemajaha nensha ayikahle le testeni ayati kahle lenzaba yokuthi kufuna itest siyabona ke lokuthi sivaleleke ngaCovid kumbe ngiko nokusibambelele size sifike lapha ku94 kodwa lokusijabulisako ukuthi nasibuka lemuva kusuka ku2016 kube manje bantu labathi kanti bayadi ukuthi banayo le HIV bese bayahamba bathola leyo mithi lefanele ema-ARVs sikhanze kusibona baledula ukubona 97%. Kubalekile lokho kusho ukuthi emaswati ayatinaka emaswati ayawathatha emaphilisi siphinze ke sibuye bese siyachecka ukuthi laba labanatha lamaphilisi nebhala lemithi iyasinzibalisa yini emtimbeni sakhaza ukuthi 96% vele iyakhombisa ukuthi iyasinzibalisa lapho mhlonishwa ngikhulumela ukuthi into ngasive ngoba nakontwana lecwaningo lo lesilwenda nema partners for onke siphinze sibuyele lesivele sikhulume nebantu sibanconcothele emakhaya sicele nengadi ukuthi sitoyihlola lengadi ukuthi inani nembala ukuthi inzibele yini njengoba sisho asibonge ke siveni ngiyathi sesive seshiselweni sisitile kakhulu kulocwaningo asibonge kakhulu esiveni ekusibambiseni lo nakuke mhlonishwa lengicabanga ukuthi kulama results ethu lekufuna ukuthi sikubukisise ukuthi noma sesisebene kangaka singemaswati umhlaba wonke bobhekile lama results ethu lokubaleke kakhulu ukuthi solo kuna 4000 webantu labathola iHIV ngeminyaka siyathi ukuthi kulo 4000 labanengi bakhona bantu labasha siyathi ukuthi kulo 4000 bantu besifazane ngesiswati kaSizwe basikade labancane ikakhulu bona bana 7 times as much kusho ukuthi vele abantu abethu bemantombazane bayalimala lapha kakhulu umhlonishwa siyalibonga itiko lakho litiko lakho neliphakamise umthetho wokuvikela abantwana laphinze laphakamise umthetho wakaSodoma sitokhona ukuthi silwe nanawo uhlupheka lokungenele abantu abethu bemantombazane kakhulu banengile sebakhulumile ngako lapha angete ngakhuluma kakhulu itolo nasilapha esomhlolo ukhona make lofika wahlala eceleni kwami angicocela nje ukuthi le kule dolobha lekasiko kulo bantwana labemithi ema teenagers lemithi lomncane wabo una 10 so uneluswane luswane lolu luneluswane lokho kusho kona silomntwana akakhethanga kuyolala bekunene ngifuna ningive kahle lapha seyidisaster lele seyifaka abantu abethu bemantombazane basebancane ngeva nje bobabe labakhuluma bonke lapha bathi ebobaba sumele etulo sivikele bantwana kufuneka sisukume sisive sibuke emasula amasha njengoba sisayembili sibuka ukuthi sitayincoba njani le AIDS ukuthi naso si-equalize sithini ngalabantwana ngilapho kufuna sibonakalise khona sayembili ukuthi sistakwenda njani sibambisene sizive mhlonishwa lokunye lokuvako lokunengi sayisikhuluma ukuthi ema-budgets aka-health ngiyajabula sibaka health bakhona la batangiva kahle ke bona ngoba nasibuka ema-budgets aka-health ngitawukhuluma abantu lebangakubheki ngicela ningilalelisise nasikhuluma ngema-budgets aka-health njenyalo nasikhuluma ngalo 2.4 billion loniketwe litiko leyo mali nginayo lesiyisebenzisa wonke malanga kusho ukuthi ngile mali le-recurrent kuphinze kube nemali yokwakha ema-clinics ukuthenga tinfo lengeta etukwa leyo bese kuthi nasesiyihlanganisa le mali yenda 12.7 close to 13% we-budget yahulumende nakuke lesingakubali mhlonishwa lengisina utala ngembili ungathi khanzi so uphendvula tinfo letingachazika ngikhuluma ngebudget yahulumende kwekuthi ngaphandle kwale mali letakithi yetempilo phela kunemali lekubudget yaka-education leyaka-school health asikayibali sineleyo kunemali njengoba sibona ukuthi la emaphupeni kuba nema-clinics akhona asikayibali sineleyo naso uyithatha le mali uyifaka iba ngetulu kwalo 15% ngaloko mhlonishwa angisho kwekuthi ibudget yaka-health yenele lengifuna ukusho ukuthi uhulumende wembube kusukela mhla sithi iHIV la even i-disaster kuthiwa inzaba yethu sonke lo musa sinzaba yethu sonke azange ngisho munye umnyaka apholode uhulumende ekuthaneni ahlangabetane netihlobo tethu kuloko lebasiniketa kona bo Global Fund nalabanye. Angisho ukuthi le mali lengikhuluma ngayo yenele ngoba phela njengoba nibonile nje sinebalingani labanengi la naningabuka ko onke lamatafula lapha benibuka khona nitawubona ukuthi phepha uhulumende weMelika usibambisile kakhulu nalabanye labasibambisile sibonge usibambisile kakhulu kusho ukuthi ngedulu kwale mali lesisebenzisako le mali lesinayo siliva ayikeneli ukuthi sitendele sodwa nomsebenzi uphinze kube netihlobo deliver letisitako nangu lekufuna usisikhulume uvakale kahle emhlonishwa angiphikisi ngiyacacisa nje ukuthi kunengi lapho lesafuna ukuthi sikusebenze. Siyabonga ke mhlonishwa kwekuthi siyathi ukuthi wena ngesingisi bathi upassionate ngebantwana, upassionate ngemsebenzi lowendako, upassionate ngasodofa. Nangisakubita nje mhlonishwa ngilokumema ukuthi ude lapha embili uto addressa nasive seshiselweni lesigcwele lapha ngiyathi ukuthi lo msebenzi lebesiubukana namhla nalelanga leseligubha lamuhla into lesenhlitweni yakho mhlonishwa ndvunankulu lo iphindla ndvunankulu lo mele ndvunankulu siyacela hlane kukhulu ukuthi sane usonzela ngaphambili uto ukhulumisa sive siyabonga.
Asibonge Minister wetempilo Evan selishonile ekunene ngitawufunza nje speech sa ndunankulu ngoba ngimele yena. But before I do that, I do want to make just a few personal comments before I read the speech prepared by the Prime Minister. Lengifuna ukusho bekunene ukuthi lelanga lamhla ka-1 enyangeni ya December lilanga mhlaba wonke le emave lafaka ekhatsi live eSwatini ahlangane akhulumise tintfo leticondzana nalo mkhuhlane we-HIV. Ngilapha sibuka khona ukuthi sentane sifake amandla kanganani tikuphi tikhebesi yini lesingayenta ukuze sikhone kuvikela impilo yemaswati. Ndunankulu-ke bekunguye lodako la kepha-ke kwase kuba khona lokumpintsha kakhulu lokudzinga ukuthi abese uyahamba uyokusebenza. Ngingasho-ke lokuthi kungabi khona kwakhe la akusho ukuthi umsebenzi wa hulumende ungebe usachubeka. Sitochuba wona la nganaka kusona lesifundza seshiselweni ngise-RA mandla lafakwa ngesifundza ekwetameni kusebenta tindzaba letitfutfukisa timphilo tebantfu. i-AIDS ngilenye yetinto leti setshenziswa kakhulu esifundeni. Ngithi-ke ngisalalele ngeva ukuthi Minister uthi kusabonakala ukuthi isekhona seyiyachubeka kanti bese sithi empeleni sesehlile kakhulu, kepha-ke nakuthiwa ngeminyaka kuyenteka ukuthi bafike ku-4,000 lasebanayo, kusho ukuthi kubi. Kufanele ukuthi sifinyete, kufanele ukuthi sisukume sonke, kungemeli ukuthi kuze kwenteke la uhleli khona kuze ukhona ukuthi sesitawusukuma sisebenze. Sengitawufunza-ke inkulumo yemhlonishwa Ndlunankulu ibhalwe ngesingisi, yabhalwa kanje. Master of Ceremony, Regional Administrator, bantu abenkosi bobabetikhulu, Honourable Minister for Health, Excellencies, the Ambassador of the United States of America, members of the Diplomatic Corps, the Honourable Resident Coordinator of the UN and the United Nations representative here, members of Parliament present, and Member of Parliament for the GEGE INKHUNDLA, members of both Houses of Parliament, Nercha Council, management and staff, senior government officials, people living with HIV, persons with disability, civil society partners, young people, boys and girls, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, Sanibonani Maswati Lamat. Program Director, let me begin by appreciating the warm and profound welcome extended by the SHISELWENI Regional Administrator. Indeed, the hospitality of the SHISELWENI region, Njengesigodi Esinamandla, is felt and appreciated. We thank God for the good weather since these days we have been receiving showers of rain, giving us a good opportunity to start tilling the land and ensure food security for our homes. Recently, the country embraced the use of technology during the commemoration of the World AIDS Day, and some stakeholders, both national and from the international community, have joined this celebration through digital means. I welcome all persons who have taken their time to be part of this memorable day. As we might all be aware, every year on 1st December, Eswatini stands together with government and all partners in the multi-sectoral HIV response for World AIDS Day commemorations. The 2022 World AIDS Day theme, Equalize, Eswatini Ending AIDS for All, resonates with our multi-sectoral HIV and AIDS response. Inequalities remain prevalent in the HIV and AIDS response as we strive to reach hard-to-reach communities, provide services to all who need without any form of discrimination, and closing the gender gap in access to HIV services. Program Director, ladies and gentlemen, today's commemoration is special in that the world's attention is on us as we have been advocating for the end of AIDS by 2022. I am sure we all remember that the year 2015, when His Majesty the King challenged the response to end AIDS in 2022, much against the global target of 2030. To say we are proud as a country is an understatement. We are beaming with exuberance for the concerted effort the multi-sectoral HIV and AIDS response has made in achieving the global ending of AIDS targets in 2020, which was now 2 years ahead of 2022. During this time, we had not anticipated the emergence of the COVID-19 pandemic. I'll go back. During this time, we had not anticipated the emergence of the COVID-19 pandemic. But despite the challenges that emerged, the response remained resilient in sustaining the gains already made. However, we could not control the scourge of the pandemic on all angles. The SHIMS-3 summary report that was launched just yesterday by the Honourable Minister for Health is testament to that, as it highlights the glaring disparities in the 95 treatment cascade. The 2021 Eswatini population-based HIV impact assessment survey results, the SHIMS-3, demonstrate sustained progress towards the UNAIDS 95 targets set for 2025. SHIMS-3 reveals that in Eswatini, 94% of adults 15 years and older living with HIV are aware of their status. 97% of those aware of their status are on antiretroviral therapy AT, and 96% of those on AT have achieved viral suppression. This is compared to the SHIMS-2 of 2016-2017 results of 87, 89, 91. And indeed, this is impressive progress despite the threats presented by the COVID-19 pandemic. The results of SHIMS-3 shows tremendous progress towards HIV epidemic control in Eswatini and demonstrate the impact of the national HIV response through the government's outstanding commitment to collaboration with partners, including the United States government through PEPFAR, Global Fund, UN partners, and civil society. Notwithstanding the above, the SHIMS-3 results also uncovered gaps in health service coverage for subpopulation groups, including men. Undoubtedly, men are not adequately accessing and utilizing HIV and AIDS services, which misses an opportunity to work with them and transform gender norms and contribute to new HIV infections among women and men. The 2022 commemoration presents an opportunity to remind ourselves that while considerable and yet impressive progress has been made towards ending AIDS as a public health threat, the HIV epidemic is not over, and young people especially remain disproportionately at risk of new HIV infections. The daunting task for us as Eswatini is to maintain and sustain epidemic control and turn the tide against AIDS forever. His Majesty King Mswati III dreamt of an AIDS-free Eswatini by 2022. All of you, Emaswati, with the support of partners, have ensured that this vision is achieved, even though the gains remain fragile. Eswatini has made it. Let us continue to parallel collaboration and teamwork to sustain and cement our gains. It has been very pleasing to note that since the early 2000s, when Eswatini began regional World AIDS Commemoration, we have not lost sight of this important undertaking. Awareness raising on HIV and AIDS, advocacy on HIV services, and reaching all the Maswati with HIV messages and services while ensuring that they understand their role in the HIV response has been the key focus. It pleases me to also note that the HIV response has kept the promise of reaching more marginalized populations, as the 2021 commemoration was inclusive of persons with disabilities. I'm encouraged to note the participation of all different groups in this year's commemoration. I therefore encourage all stakeholders to work on integrating the specific needs of marginalized subpopulation groups to the national HIV and AIDS response through the design of programs and messages suitable for their use. Hearing that World AIDS Day commemorations also embraced men was inspiring, as there remains a critical need to increase the uptake of HIV services by men. Regional dialogues highlighted some of the obstacles prevalent in the different INKHUNDLA centers as captured in the SHIMS 3 results, such as increasing new HIV infections, men's reluctance to access HIV services, as well as an increase in gender-based violence, GBV. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we near our end goal of ending AIDS as a public health threat, while greater attention is given to girls and young women, let us not forget men and young boys who continue to lag behind in HIV service uptake. We need to do away with the structural vulnerabilities that perpetuate their risk in the context of HIV, while packaging problematic interventions targeting adolescent girls and young women. More should be done to develop ambitious programs to engage their male sexual partners. This will help challenge harmful norms and advance gender equality. Program Director, in our continuous bid to end AIDS as a public health threat, there remains a critical need to engage men, since men have greater access to economic resources and decision making. The gender norms supportive of transsectional sex indicate that engaging men for their own health and changing harmful gender norms improve both men and women's health. Although some programs do include men, it is reported that some programs typically label men as the problem or the transmitters of HIV and AIDS. This not only reinforces the dangerous assumption that HIV prevention falls under the domain of women, but it also risks alienating men who might otherwise be open to becoming more engaged in the health and well-being of themselves and their partners. Having said that, ladies and gentlemen, the country remains proud of the multi-sectoral HIV and AIDS response for the landmark of altering a crisis into a milestone. There is still a vital need to raise money, increase awareness, fight prejudice, and improve education. Next year, 2023, the Kingdom of Eswatini will launch a new multi-sectoral HIV and AIDS strategy, which will be in line with UNAIDS 2021-2026 strategy aimed at meeting the 2030 Global AIDS strategy. The new strategy will focus on prevention, treatment for all, and sustainable financing for HIV and AIDS. I therefore urge all partners to support this endeavor as we strive to end the pandemic. I would not have done justice to the commemoration if I do not appreciate the role played by their partners, by key partners in Eswatini HIV multi-sectoral response. In collaboration and supporting the role of Nercha, such as the Ministry of Health, government sectors, UNAIDS, UN co-sponsors, the World Bank, and donor partners, including the Global Fund and PEPFAR, bilateral and multilaterals, the private sector, traditional sector, and communities, civil society, and faith-based sector, as well as people living with AIDS. Ngalawa magama lamafishane ngekulinganisa singuhulumende wembube sitimisele kunqoba i-AIDS kuwo wonke. I thank you and may God bless you all. Kepha-ke nami ngete ngalishiya lele madoda. Ake sisukume nje sibalayela labacabanga ukuthi sihudula tinyawo. Ake sisukume nje kuvakale ngeminyaka lotako ukuthi sonke sihambile sawu-testa salingisa umhlonishwa lwakhanya nje ngiyabona kwakwehla lemjuluko nabatamtshela simo sakhe. Sonke asihambe thina madoda ngoba kusibeka kabi ukuthi konke emandla emnotho abukeka akithi ekuthatha tinqumo akithi bese siyathebesela sesihamba kancane. Sukumani maja kuyahamba mnembili abasaba kubeteka imi ngibaphekele tele. Inkosi inibusise. Okay. No.
With all due respect, at this point in time, we light our candles as a sign of remembrance for those who have passed on and as a sign of commitment following the speech from His Excellency. Ngicela ngalokho sihlonipha Nkosi yami ukuthi silayite makhandlela. La makhandlela kasho ukuthi kube siyaphatha indlela nje yokukhumbula ukuthi siqhamuka nge-HIV, ikakhulu kunabantu abaphila ne-HIV nalabo abahamba emhlabeni ngendaba ye-HIV. Ngicela libandla-ke kuwe mhlonishwa ukuthi manje batawulayita lekhandlela lapha embi wakho hlani as a symbol ukuthi siyaqhubeka si-committed in the response HIV. I request Excellency's Ambassador US to also join. The Ambassador, I will request Ambassador of Taiwan to also join. I will request the Honourable MP to also join. I will also request the UN President coordinate to also join. I request Babe RA to also join. I request the Civil Society Director Babe DLAMINI to also join. I'll also request my principal and the chair to also join.
In one voice, equalize. The equalize slogan is a call to action, a call to adopt the proven practical actions that will help end AIDS. More availability, quality and suitability of services for HIV treatment, testing and prevention. That means more financial resources. Better laws, policies and practices to tackle the stigma and exclusion faced by people living with HIV, especially marginalized populations. Everyone needs respect and to be welcomed. And better sharing of technology to enable equal access to the best HIV science, especially between the Global South and North. The inequalities that perpetuate the AIDS pandemic can and must be overcome. We can end AIDS if we equalize.
Indoctela Regional Public Health Administrator SHISELWENI to also join, and the Regional Metro. They will never lie. But Babetaba, clerk to Parliament. Babetaba, clerk to Parliament. Cautela, Babetaba. Il camera e mille mevele Babetaba.
It's one page.
I don't know how long.
We have to stand at the side. You want us to stand at the side
Yes.
so we can...
So I can request for now, if you can have...
Side.
Can you please join us? The second group, also, if you please, don't have to stand over it. But it's up. Yes.
Salam pasta. Salam pasta.
Oh, don't tell about the more, not right.
It's true, I think we can light here. Yeah, so that's one time that's how we watching Sekona na Sebana ya.
Umlilo ubonakala esithombeni. Abashute nje le emblem abasiphethe le emblem.
Abona chabo mazishayele kumeka. Nani wathi yacisha wakho kama?
Hale parliament ikhathe
I'm pretending.
for the whole year, starting from today to next year, start of December, this thing is must be finished. It's not the thing, it's the effort. Thank you so much, we appreciate it. We appreciate it. Thank you so much for Dr. Laganyado, Dr. Lagisi Kimbuna.
That's it.
So
Now it's cool.
Masatla mahle sosifika emaphethelweni yawo ke umsebenzi wayo World AIDS Day khona la endzaweni yakuGEGE eNkhundleni. Sethembe ukuthi niwuthokotele umsebenzi beyakathi yakho lo mele ndvunankulu lekuliphindla ndvunankulu imbungathi Mahlangu somasuku sibabonile labanye labamele tinhlangano nemave nalabamele tinhlangano nje ke takamhlabuhlangene nakuletinye letingaphandle kwakulela. Ngethemba ukuthi nikuthokotele konke lesinilethele kona singumsakazo channel yeMaswati lana la ngikhona khona emva kwecamera khona Bhekisisa Ngambule khona ke kukulenye ke camera number 2 khona Linda Shongwe abe khona Julius Amamba kuma consoles bese ke lo sibonela iflow nguye ke siyabonga Dlamini sonke sisinifisela usuku loluhle nalogcina tibusisa ngisalani kahle.